of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with. A country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, may I invite you to turn to item number 4 on today's order paper, which is correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We shall begin with votes and proceedings. We begin with page 1. Page number 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page number 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member for Offense South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 7, item number 3, 5, and 6. Mr. Speaker, I was present here yesterday, conspicuously present. The same applies to Mr. Obin Techi. He even gave a contribution on my statement, and we have been both marked absent.
Very well. At least I can testify that yesterday he read the statement. So, table, please take note. Page 8. Page number 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Yes, Honorable Member for Savdai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on page 12, item number V, under item number 3, the name is Mr. Kwesi Amo Hinson. There appears to be a B in there. So if table office can take note of the spelling of Hinson.
What's the spelling of
Hinson? It's Hinson. There's a B there.
well.
Then, Mr. Speaker, item number XV under paragraph 3, and in attendance, Mrs. Jimamawari is actually the Registrar General. It's not the Registrar of Births and Deaths. She's not the Registrar of Births and Deaths. She's the Registrar of the Registrar General's Department. So if that too can be corrected, I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, table, please take note of that. Honorable member, let's turn to page number 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page number 16. Page 17. Page 18. And finally, page 19. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 15th sitting held yesterday, the Thursday, 17 February 2022, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, we have the official report of 8 February 2022. Honorable, do you have something to, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to draw your attention that the House looks like we are not even up to 20. So, on the 48 applies. I'm not sure we should continue with this number. We are far less than 20, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me hear you, Chief Whip.
Speaker, I was trying to catch your attention to seek your leave to vary the order of business for us to take item 6.
Item
6.
But
With your leave.
I haven't finished with the official report.
So I'm sorry there.
Yes. Honorable member for Navrongo. I hope you don't mean your intervention. Yes, Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I heard the majority whip say that item 6, guided by Order 53 of our normal business, you cannot skip the business statement into questions. That is not appropriate within our standing orders. Today is Friday, and the most important item should be the business statement for the 5th week before we can go to item 6. I have no problem with item 6. The Minister for Roads is punctual, as I see, coming to respond to his questions. But Mr. Speaker, he should do what is, he should propose to you what is right within our standing orders. Thank you. But he must be interested in watching his back, because I see the Honorable Member for Navrungo also draw our attention to Koro. Mr. Speaker, in the age where numbers have become important, and we hear people boasting that we are majority, we have the numbers, then bring up any matter now, let's put it to vote. Because the Constitution says matters before the House, members present and voting. And therefore, people in government must be interested in the work of government on the floor here. You cannot have 4 or 5 members, and then you have only the road minister here. Where are your members? And where are your members? And you are taxing us. Mr. Speaker, so thank you.
Leader, I share with you, but like I said, I believe the member for Nabrongo didn't mean his intervention. So I believe he has withdrawn his intervention. So you proceed with the official report. The official report of 8 February 2022. I mention it again, the official report of 8 February 2022. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 8 February 2022 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, now let me hear you.
Speaker, I had earlier sought your leave for the order of business to be varied so that we can move on to item 6. So, Speaker, with your leave, if you may permit, we take us item 6 now. Speaker, I'm saying this being fully aware of the importance this House attaches to the business statement. I've had indication from the majority leader who wants to present the business statement himself. He's almost here. So I'm sure we may not even be through with the questions, and then he will come in and deliver on the business statement as he does always. I don't think this is an issue we should drag. We should just move on and take the questions. When he comes in, he will present the business statement duly.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows that he's a member of the business committee, and several times he has represented the leader in doing this. This is shorter to do than to start a question. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the other people, we have close to 12 or so questions. And I don't think it will be fair when the minister starts, you want to break in between for the leader to present the business statement. But the business statement, all of us are having copies. So I think that it is only fair that my colleague presents it. If there are questions that he cannot answer, he can note it down. When the majority leader comes, he shows it to him. So that we can then start the question, knowing very well that when we start, we are not breaking. But other than that, these questions, I don't foresee us finishing them even in the next 1.5 hours. So to be fair to everybody, it's just fair that he reads the statement, then comments can be made. Those that he cannot answer, he takes note of it. When the majority leader comes, he deals with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We work to complement one another. That's a fact. We're not dragging it. But my colleague severally has told me in the face that I have to clear with my leader. Several times he's told me when things come up. I want to respect the authority. The leader has given me directive that I should wait for him to come and present the business statement. So it is not a matter to drag. And my colleague knows that this is a convention in this house. More often than not, we vary the order of business. So he should just accede, let's vary it, take the questions. When he comes and we find it appropriate, either to truncate the answering of the question or wait for it to be dealt with before the business statement is presented. So we should just go ahead and take the questions. When he comes, he will do the needful.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague is insisting on majority that are coming today, then the only best option, love of me, is to call that we suspend sitting and wait for the leader to come and do that. Then we can proceed with your question. Because you see, it's not for nothing that we take the business statement on Friday, and it's always the first item that we take. It is just to prepare members, because members, some may have to leave for their constituency, others have flight to catch up, so they need to know the businesses that will be ascertained. So if that cannot be done, because when we start these questions, I can bet you, Mr. Speaker, knowing very well, even if they are constituency specifics, it won't take us less than 1.5 hours. So let's suspend the sitting, and if majority leader is watching and he knows that the house is being suspended because we are waiting for him, maybe that will let him come early to take the business network and proceed, since my colleague cannot stand in for him.
Speaker. Honorable Whip, I believe you are a member of the business committee.
Yes, I am a member. Unfortunately, the last sitting I wasn't there, and it's been reflected in the votes and proceedings. I couldn't attend that meeting. I'm surprised. I'm totally surprised that my colleague. We do this always. This is not the first time. It is not a novelty. We do this always. The majority leader is absent, unavoidably absent. We vary the order of business, take other business, and then we come back to work. So, Speaker, we are clearly in your hands on this matter. Speaker, I will employ your wisdom to rule on this, because I can't simply get why my colleague, my respected colleague, is dragging this matter. And the minister is one of our own. Always dutiful, always in the house. So, Speaker, I will urge you to rule on this matter, and then we'll move ahead.
Yes, let me hear offer on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the point being made by the minority chief whip, my leader at the other side, on the face of it is in order. But Mr. Speaker, the chief whip of the majority side made a statement that he was not even present at the previous business committee's meeting. And based on that, I want to appeal to my leader at the other side that even in normal meeting transactions, once a member was absent, he is not even clothed with the authority even to either move for the acceptance of the business that arose out of that meeting. And based on that fact, I would want to plead with him that the fact that the majority chief whip was not present at that meeting, he may not be privy to all the issues and the discussions that took place, and may not be in a proper and competent position even to defend the questions that may arise after the presentation. So I want to plead with my leader at the other side, the minority chief whip, to oblige him and agree with his colleague on this point. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader.
All I wanted to say is that the rules of the House is very clear. If my colleague's excuse is that because he was not there, I was there. And when it comes to report of committee, any member who is available can read it. And I'll be ready to read the business statement for him, because I was at the business committee meeting. And once the chair is not there, any member of the committee can read the report. If that's his worry because he wasn't there, I was there. I'm ready to move the business statement on behalf of the majority leader, so that we'll be able to move on. But Mr. Speaker, the biggest worry, it may sound proving difficult, but the challenge is that you can't have a majority side that knows that we are to sit at 10 o'clock. Yes, sir, you attend this out to 10 o'clock, and then you come, you have only the chief whip. Look at the side, how many members are there? It doesn't show, and then we come, and then you want to be running the business and be doing it at your will. That's the difficulty. That's the real difficulty. Because it's like you want to do the businesses at your own time and your convenience. Putting all of us are just sitting and waiting for you to order the business and do it your way. I can tell you that if you want to check the records of this house. When it comes to business statement, invariably is the first business that is taken. And I need to be corrected. That's why anytime the leader is not there, the deputy or the whip, or even the deputy whip will take the statement. So if your worry is that you were not there, I was there. I'm ready to read the business statement on behalf of the majority, the chair. If that's your worry, I'm ready to move it.
Speaker, I think it's
Leader, hold on.
Speaker, if you permit me, you will indulge me a minute.
Come again.
If you may indulge me a minute. I think my colleague made a comment which I find in bad taste. I respect him and he knows I respect him. I don't think that it is always that the leadership have absented themselves. There are several times that he's not been able to show up. The Honorable Kwame Agboja and other colleagues have stood in his stead. So let's not take it out of context and create so if you create the impression, the leadership on this side are not showing up, but it's only the chief whip who shows up, I think it's unfair. It's a very unfair comment for him to have made. The leader is unavoidably absent. Speaker, this isn't the first time we are making this appeal. Speaker, not to belabor the point, he has been called upon to accede and understand. Speaker, we will employ your wisdom in these matters. I don't think it's something we have to drag on. If we can please accede, colleagues, if we can please accede and allow the minister to answer the questions, after which we can move on to the next item.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Personally, I'm with you. But under the circumstances, I will want to plead with you to exercise some time to ask our own members to ask the Minister for Rules the questions that they have posed to him. An appropriate time. I know if the majority leader himself will not come, the deputy will come. The deputy was at the meeting and obviously he will come so that he can come and take the business statement. Your issue that you were present and you want to take it's okay. But then the follow-up questions may not be answered perfectly because you don't know how government business in the ensuing week will be in terms of specific issues. So I will plead with you that we jump to item number 6, and I know in course of time the majority leader himself or the deputy may turn up so that they will come and answer the questions. I come and read the business statement for us. It's just a plea I'm giving to you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you are in the chair, and if you have to plead, well, obviously I have to plead. But I must tell you, we are not happy about the turn of events, and we believe that, with the greatest of respect, they should take us more serious. He was making reference. Each time Kwame Agboja is sitting here, he has my full mandate. He doesn't wait for me. He knows that. He will go with him to conclave. Because when I say I'm not available, please stand in, the person has my mandate. You cannot be available and not have mandate and be holding us back. So, but once you plead as the chair, we have to oblige you. Thank you very much, Speaker.
I'm so grateful. So, on that note, we jump to item number 6 on today's order paper, and we have the Minister for Roads and Highways, our own uncle, is here to answer our own questions. So, Offa, you may take the seat. So we may begin with question number 487. Question number 487. And the question stands in the name of a member for Biom, Honorable Kofi Adams. Honorable, the Minister is available. You may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask this question on behalf of my constituency. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when contractors working on the following roads in the Jasikan district, now municipal, will return to site. 1. Budada to Jolu. 2. Budada to Baika. And 3. Jasikan town roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I invite the Minister to answer the question, I would like to draw attention that if the question is constituency specific, please, we'll limit it to only the owner of the question. However, if the question is general, then we may allow other people to come in with supplementary questions. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bodada to Kute to Zolu Road, measuring 34 kilometers in length, is an engineered inter-district feeder road linking communities in the Jasika municipality in the Oti region to communities in the Hohoi municipality in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, the first 17 kilometers of the road from Bodada is prima sealed and in good condition, whilst the remaining section from kilometer 17 to kilometer 34 is gravel in fair condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of the first 28.5 kilometers of the road was awarded under the contract title Bituminous Surfacing of Bodada to Kute to Jolu Feeder Road in 2015 under Cocoa Board funding. Mr. Speaker, the works progressed steadily, but due to the erratic payment for certified works, the contractor vacated site in May 2020 after 75% fiscal completion. Work executed before vacation of site includes 28 kilometers of clearing and formation, 34,532 meter cube of excavation in cutting, and 7,984 meter cube of excavation in rock. 23 number of 1/900 millimeter diameter pipe culverts, 32 number of 1/1200 millimeter diameter pipe culvert, 19 kilometers of sub-base, 17 kilometers of base and primary seal, and 2 kilometers of final seal. Mr. Speaker, the future program is that the contractor has stockpiled materials at site and has indicated the reactivation and continuation of the works by the end of February 2022. The contractor's performance will be monitored when work resumes to enable the future of the contract to be determined. 2. The Bodada to Baika Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is an 18-kilometer feeder road located in the Jessica municipality of the Oti region. It is a gravel road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded under the title Bituminous Surfacing of Bodada to Baika Feeder Road, measuring 18 kilometers under Kokobot funding. Work commenced on 24 June 2016 and was expected to be completed on 27 February 2018. A Kokobot audit team in July 2019 recommended the contract activities to be rescoped in order to end the works at the sub-base level. The contractor failed to execute the works, and subsequently, due to the long delay in completion, the project was terminated in 2020 by Kokobot at 21% fiscal completion. Work executed at termination of contract includes 18 kilometers of clearing and formation, 18,289 meter cube of cutting, 951 meters of 600 millimeters by 600 millimeters concrete U drains, 8 number of 1/900 millimeter diameter pipe covers, 6 number of 2/900 millimeter diameter pipe covers, 6 number of 2/900 millimeter diameter pipe covers, and 1 number of 1/1200 millimeter diameter pipe covers. Mr. Speaker, the contract has been repackaged for consideration under the 2022 budget. 3. The Jasikan Town Roads. Mr. Speaker, Jasikan is the capital of the Jasikan district of the Oti region. Currently, the contract for the upgrading of selected roads in Jasikan, measuring 4.8 kilometers, was awarded on contract on 2nd July 2020. The contract is yet to be signed. The contract will be signed for the contractor to mobilize to site. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kofi Adam, any further supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the information provided, and will follow up on the Bodada Procedural section. But I want to find out from the Minister what is the stage of the repackaged contract that is to be considered in 2022 budget for Bodada to Baika. What stage are we now? We are in February of 2022. If it's to be considered under this budget, I want to know the stage that the ministry has gotten to as far as the Bodada to Baika road, which he himself admits is in a very bad state. Very, very bad state. And the best district farmer for 2021, who hails from Tetema, when she was interviewed, one of her biggest concerns is the bad nature of that road. I want to find out the stage that the ministry has reached as far as that section is concerned, since it's just repackaging. and to be re-awarded.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have made a firm and concrete statement about the repackaging. I did not say we are planning repackaging it or it's going to be repackaged. I was emphatic and said that it has been repackaged. It means we have picked up all the inventories and we are setting and we have agreed on the new scope of works. So it's ready now and we are in 2022. 2022 has just begun taking off and we are capturing it under the current budget. So I want to assure my colleague, my honorable colleague, that this will be taken up as quickly as possible. And Mr. Speaker, I must put it on record that he is one MP who keeps on, following on his rules. I must honestly admit that. And he knows that we have been talking about these rules. So whatever information I have shared with him on his rules, all still stand. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Obi, I hope. Anyway.
Mr. Speaker, he is right, and we've been speaking on our rules, and recently he promised on something and he's delivered, and work is going on now as we speak, so he is right. But my next concern, Speaker, is the Jasikan town roads. The Jasikan district have just been raised to a municipality. It qualified just yesterday. But truly, we do not have any good roads. And you have the major Eastern Corridor road that passes through, which is in good condition, but the town roads in a very terrible condition. And the contract, he said, in his own words, was awarded on contract on 2nd July 2020. The contract is yet to be signed. So that's my worry. It's been awarded on 2nd July 2020, but the contract is yet to be signed. The contract will be signed for the contractor to mobilize to site. It's difficult for me to explain this to my people, how a contract that has been awarded in 2020 July is yet to be signed.
You are already established the fact that you are in good terms with him. I mean,
yeah, very, very.
So iron this out with him in his office. I think there's no need for any question on this. So let's move on.
I appreciate your intervention, Mr. Speaker. I'll see him in chambers for us to deal with this.
Very well. So we move to question number 489. Question number 489. And that question stands in the name of a member for Medina, Honorable Francis Xavier Koyososu. Honorable, I know you to be a member for New Edbiazi.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but I have the permission of the member to ask them.
Permission?
Yes.
Advert your mind to standing on the 68.3.
Mr. Speaker.
I want you to advert your mind to standing on the 68.3.
I don't understand.
If the owner of the question is not here, at least the prior notice of the speaker is critical. You don't just come to the chamber and say, I'm rising up. Because I observed something. When you rose, the member for WA is it Y East or Y West, also wanted to get up. It means even among yourselves, we don't know who was going to ask the question on behalf of the honorable member. So, honorable members, let's know this. We are forgetting ourselves. If a member asks a question and the question is advertised, and the member, for whatever reason, may not be able to come, and you want to read the question on behalf of your member, please let the speaker get to know prior to our sittings. Yes, that's my understanding. Prior permission. Read 68.3. So let's advise ourselves. So, honorable member for New Ediasi, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the measures being taken to fix the Damfa Amrahia Road to ease the stress of citizens who use the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ayima Mensa to Damfa to Amrahia Feeder Road is 10.5 kilometers long and located in the La Nkwantanai Medina municipality of the Greater Accra region. It is an engineered road with destroyed bituminous surface and thus in poor condition. Mr. Speaker, currently the contract for the upgrading of the road was awarded together with another road under the title Upgrading of Ayimensa to Damfa to Amrahia Feeder Road of length 10.5 kilometers and Otinibe Junction to Otinibe, measuring 3.3 kilometers under road fund on 30th August 2020. Works commenced on 21st September 2020 and was expected to be completed on 20th September 2021. Mr. Speaker, the contractor abandoned site shortly after commencement at a progress of 3%. A final warning letter was issued to the contractor to return to site by 25th February 2022, failure of which the contract will be recommended for termination. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much. Do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his answer says that the contractor abandoned site and they are going to give him a final warning letter to come to site, after which, if he doesn't, the contract will be terminated. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find out from the minister what will be the time frame in case the contractor fails to come to site. What will be the time frame for re-award of the contract to maybe another contractor? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate in the answer that we have given the contractor up to 25th of this month. That is February 25th, 2022, and today is 18th, so we have almost 7 days to go. If he fails to return to site to reactivate the project, then we shall invoke the termination clause. And this is a route that we are always reluctant to work on, because once you terminate a contract, it means that you are compelled to go through the procurement processes again, and that will take a minimum of about 6 weeks. So if we should terminate it after 25th, it will take minimum 6 weeks to get a more competent contractor to undertake the job. But in most cases, in order to shorten the time, Honorable Member, in most cases, in order to shorten the time, if we look around and there is a more competent contractor within the vicinity, we can do what we call a variation order, a VO to that contractor to speed up the procurement, to speed up the work so that we don't go through the procurement process again. So we shall look at that option. And I admit that is of great concern to the Honorable Member and to his constituents if we have to go through all the process again. So we shall choose the shortest route. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, are you not satisfied?
Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied, but I have a last question
Okay.
for the Minister. The Minister has acknowledged the fact that the road is of great concern to the constituents of Medina. And Mr. Speaker, the road as it stands now is almost a death trap. Would the Minister consider getting his mobile maintenance team to at least reshape it, before the rains come down? I know it will be much, terrible when the rains are here. So would the Minister consider that? Thank you.
Very well, Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very fair question. And all such roads must necessarily come under the maintenance program. So until we get a more competent contractor to go back on that road, Mr. Speaker, I assure the Honorable Member that that is what should be done, and we should always work together to ensure that it's done. And my ministry will do exactly that. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we move to question number 492. Question number 492. The question stands the name of a member for Ekunfi, Honorable Abeku Krensen. Honorable Member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister of Roads and Highway when the 21-kilometer route from Adansi, Imuna, Strafa, Uwia, Uchiam route, construction of which started in 2016, will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Adansi, Imuna to Sefwa to Owura to Tuam Road is a 15-kilometer feeder road located in the Ekunfi district of the Central Region. It is a gravel road and in poor condition. Mr. Speaker, currently this feeder road has an actual length of 15 kilometers but is connected to the Uwia Junction to Ejankwa Road, measuring 6.1 kilometers at Uwia. The total length of the two roads comes to 21.1 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, contrast for the upgrading of the two roads were awarded together in 2 separate lots under the road fund in 2016 as follows. 1. Bitumen surfacing of Ekumfi to Adansi to Imuna to Owuya to Safa to Otuam Prologue Feeder Road. That was phase 1, and it covers the first 10 kilometers. 2. Bitumen surfacing of Ekumfi to Adansi to Imuna to Owuya to Safa to Otuam Feeder Road, constituting the phase 2, also measures 10.1 kilometers, that is from kilometer 10, 11.1 kilometers from kilometer 10 to kilometer 21.1. Mr. Speaker, both contracts commenced on 15th August 2016 with an intended completion date of 6 February 2018. The contractors performed abysmally and achieved only 11.4% and 5% respectively. Due to the excessive delay and the extremely low progress, the contracts were terminated on 13th August 2020 for non-performance. The terminated contracts were repackaged as follows. 1. Upgrading of Ekumfi Adansi to Imuna to Otuam Feeder Road as phase 1, covering the first 5 kilometers on 16th December 2021, and then upgrading of Ekumfi Adansi to Imuna to Otuam Road as second phase from kilometer 5 to kilometer 10. That is a length of 5 kilometers on 16th December 2021, and the same road as the third phase from kilometer 10 to kilometer 15, also 5 kilometers. And then the upgrading, the fourth lot was the upgrading of Owuya Junction to Ejankwa Feeder Road as phase 4, also covering a distance of 6.10 kilometers. There is a future program, Mr. Speaker, and is that these phases, that phase 1 and 2 contracts were awarded on 16 December 2021 for commencement. The remaining phases 3 and 4 are soon to be procured. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Kumfi.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the Minister if he will supply me the names of the contractors so that I can do a follow-up. The one that they have awarded, he made mention that the first road has been divided into 2 lots, lot 1 and 2. If those contractors' name can be provided to me, so that I will do a follow-up.
You want the minister to supply the contractors,
yeah,
so that you can do your own.
Pardon me, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Minister is requesting that you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the name of the first contractor is Mrs. Max Estimates Limited, and the contract sum is 13.867 million Ghana cedis. The name of the second contractor is the same, and this is phase 1, phase 2. And if my honorable colleagues needs further information about the contract, Mr. Speaker, he can contact me after this, and I will furnish him.
Very well. So, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's better you contact him.
Okay, I also want to know, apparently, those contractors he made mention were not on site. May I know when exactly they will be on site?
But if I got you right, you said you should provide you the contractor so that you do the follow-up yourselves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of that, but when are they coming on site? Because those ones are not on site. The one that the contract has been awarded for, they are not on site for the past few years.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the wish of my ministry, the wish of my good self, the wish of government is that the contractors should have been on site even yesterday. But because they are not on site, I cannot say exactly when they are prepared to come. But there is a limit to which that contractors can go. And we are giving them a maximum of about 2 weeks. If they don't come on site, we shall do the needful, because they cannot hold the good people of your constituency to ransom. And the interest of the people is always supreme. Thank you very much.
We move to Honorable, we've exhausted here. You've had three
Speaker, you gave
questions.
me 2 opportunities. I think I had 3. Oh.
You've had 3 supplementary questions.
But you gave me 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the minister has given me an assurance that in the next 2 weeks, definitely I will see the contractors. If not, they will do the needful. With the due respect, I believe this is an assurance that he can give to me through this House. And I'm very glad to that. Thank you.
Minister, this assurance is already given. Very well. So we move to question number 495. Question number 495. And the question stands in the name of a member for Pru East, Honorable Dr. Kwabena Donko. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity of asking this question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following feeder roads will be rehabilitated. Yeji Abrumase, Yeji Konkoma Kajai Road, Yeji Bomodene Inchamba Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to give a brief background to these roads, these 3 roads. Yeji Ebrumase, measuring 56 kilometers, Yeji Konkoma to Kajai, measuring 9 kilometers, and Yeji Bomadan to Nchamba, of length 25 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the above roads are identified feeder roads located in the Pru East district of the Bono East region. They are engineered roads but in poor conditions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are no rehabilitation program on these roads, but there is a future program, Mr. Speaker. Engineering design studies will be conducted on these roads by the end of the first quarter of 2022 to assess and determine the appropriate intervention for rehabilitating the roads. The execution of the works will be considered under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister, I won't say ensure, assist in the interim with some remedial works to enable farmers bring their produce to the market? Mr. Speaker, as we enter the rainy season, this particular area is a major food basket, and I will humbly beseech the minister that he considers some remedial works even as they wait for 2023. Will the minister consider some remedial works? Thank you.
The minister is smiling, so I can say that he's going to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very fair, legitimate request, and I will urge him that we have to work together. It's important, and these are feeder roads, and they end up at food gates, and I know the area that is being discussed is a food basket area, and it's important that we give access roads to all farm gates, and these 3 roads are part of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to rather urge my honorable colleague that we should team up and do exactly as he has requested, and the government will do that, because when we promise, we do. Thank you.
Very well. We move to question number 614. Question number 614, and it stands in the name of Honorable Abet Akuka Aluzuga, member for Garu. Honorable Member, you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. But, Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, my name is Alalzuga, not Alzuga. Alalzuga is A-L-A-L. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the roads in the Garu Township will be completed. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Galu is a district capital in the Upper East region. The town is located on the Misiga to Galu to Sisi Road, which forms part of the National Route N2, also referred to as the Eastern Corridor Road. Mr. Speaker, currently the trunk road through Galu Township, including some selected roads within the township, has been awarded on contract, titled Resealing / Upgrading of Misiga to Galu to Sicily Road, measuring 24.3 kilometers to 28.3 kilometers. That's between 24.3 to 28.3 kilometers. That's a distance of about 4 kilometers. Then Galu Town Road, 1.2 kilometers, and Galu District Assembly Road of just about 450 meters. Mr. Speaker, the contract commenced on 7th November 2019 and its intended completion date was 5th May 2021. The scope of works involves resealing of the existing bituminous surface and upgrading of the gravel section to bituminous surface. Mr. Speaker, The total length of roads covered under the contract is 5.65 kilometers, made up of 4 kilometers of trunk road through the town and 1.65 kilometers of town roads. Mr. Speaker, to date, the contractor has executed the following works: 3,300 meters of concrete U-drains, 4 number 1/900 millimeter diameter pipe covers. The physical progress of work is estimated at 28%. Mr. Speaker, the contractor has vacated site for some time due to delay in payment for work done. Warning letters have been issued to the contractor to return to site and reactivate the contract. The contractor is expected to submit a revised program of works. The Ghana Highway Authority shall monitor the contractor's response to various letters written and shall take the necessary to terminate the contract if need be. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member needs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the forms, this contract was awarded in November 2019, November 2019, November 2020, November 2021, and now we are in 2022. 3 years now, Mr. Speaker. The minister is telling us that only 28% work has been done, and the contractor has vacated site, and he's written warning letters, and we don't even know when the contractor is coming to site. Can the minister?
Honorable, the question.
Yes, my question is, can the minister tell us when the contractor will get back to site? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, when will the contractor get back to the site?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I always share the worries of my colleagues whenever the projects in their constituencies are held up like this. And I know and I understand every MP will be anxious to see a new contractor, if need be, on the road. But from our point of view, we are always a little cautious in terminating contracts. Because I have said here a number of times, and I've even said it a short while ago, that once you terminate a contract, you are compelled to restart the procurement process. And at times, and really in almost all cases, it takes a longer time to get a contractor on site than perhaps trying to engage the contractor who is already on site and addressing the problems if need be. In this case, it was part of it was delay in payment. So in such circumstances, Mr. Speaker, if you engage a contractor and you are convinced that he has the capacity to work and you're able to sort the financial issue out with him, it's always simpler and faster. That's why at times it causes some of these delays. But if you look at the percentage completion, 28% completion. In fact, anybody who understands project execution, if you do 28% of it and you are unable to continue, then there is a problem with the contractor's capacity. So, Mr. Speaker, to cut a long story short, once we have written to him, every warning letter will carry a date for response. It will not be an open-ended letter. But I don't have those dates yet. But we are monitoring. That's why the last sentence of my answer indicated that Ghana Highway Authority, the agency under whose jurisdiction this project falls, is keenly following it up and monitoring it, so that at the right time, if it has to be terminated, it will be terminated, and we will make sure we bring back a contractor as soon as practicable. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, are you not satisfied?
Yes, yes. I still have two more follow-up questions, Honorable Speaker. With your permission, please.
Very well.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the road in question, the first part, according to the minister's narration here, the road stretches from Misiga in the Boku district to Garu, and it passes through linking up the Gambaga Scap. But the first part contract was awarded somewhere in 2018, and even prior to 2018. But I brought a question to the minister in 2018, and the minister assured me that they were going to ensure that the contractor comes back. That contractor is different from the current contractor who's working on the township roads. And Mr. Speaker, if you are traveling from Boku to Garu and see
my brother,
the route,
the question.
Yes, my question is that the minister needs some assurance as to how quick the road can be fixed, because this road is causing a lot of accidents. People are dying. There are a lot of broken limbs, because our main means of transport around the area is motorbikes. And there are a lot of potholes, especially from Garu to Sisi. There's some place that I can say is even a pond, not a pothole.
Honourable member, you say you need assurance.
Yes.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
When can the minister fix the road for the people of Garu? Because I'm very concerned, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, give him some comfort. He wants assurance.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps fortunately for my colleague MP, Gano Timpani constituency, that area, I know it. I know the area very well, and I know this particular road because I have traveled on it a number of times, particularly when there is a major bridge there that got broken. An articulator came on it and it got broken. I think that time, I don't know whether you were in Parliament, but I think your predecessor, MP, my honorable friend, my chairman. No, so I know that road very well. Mr. Speaker, that road is important that until work is done on it, we bring it under our mobile maintenance unit. And we have been following up on it. And Mr. Speaker, he has even vindicated me. He has asked a question on this road before, and he reminded me, and it's true, I can confirm that, in 2018, 2019, there was a contractor on that road, but because of his lackadaisical attitude and was not working well, I gave him the assurance that we shall monitor work on that road. The contractor was not working well. We replaced him, but even the second contractor also did not work to our expectation, regrettably and unfortunately. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a vindication that we keep close eye on that road. and I want to assure him that I will continue to do that. But I will also call on him that we have to dialogue from time to time as a reminder for the work to be done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this one is an appeal. Just like the minister is saying, I want the minister to, I want to appeal to the minister that, in fact, the people, the main route, the only route in the area, that's the main route, linking up the north and then the south, is that route. So I want to appeal to the minister to really act on this route, because anytime it rains, I want to appeal to the minister that he should pass on that route and see, because that was about 2 years ago that you passed on the route. But I want to appeal to you that please have compassion on the people of Garu and then fix that route for us. Thank you very much.
The compassion is given. We move to question number 616. Question number 616. And the question stands the name and a member for Nalugu Gambaga. Honorable Seidu Isifu. Yes, honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what plans the ministry has for the following roads network in my constituency. Kulgwana Sumnimboma Kolonvai Road, 1. 2. Zarantinga Zambulgu Yinyora Yiri Jargetinga and Tichirge Taba Road. 3. Kulgwana Lafurum Takoratinga stretch of roads. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kuguna to Sumiboma to Kulinval Road, measuring 8 kilometers, the Zaratinga to Zambulugo to Yoyo Ranyere to Jerry Tinga to Tichiri Taba Road, measuring 15 kilometers, and the Kugona to Rafulim to Takurantinga Road are feeder roads located in the East Mampusi district of the Northeast region. They are poor roads with gravel and earth sections. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are no programs on these 3 roads. But the future arrangement, Mr. Speaker, is that engineering design studies and condition survey have been carried out on the roads and cost estimates prepared for spot improvement and rehabilitation interventions. The implementation of these interventions will, however, be considered under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Seidu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister mentioned some villages. I don't know whether that is what I referred to, but that is on a lighter note. I want to find out from him, as part of the normal routine maintenance that the ministry carries out, does he have a plan, something that we can do on that road to make it motorable? Mr. Speaker, currently, on this stretch of roads, you cannot get a pickup to ply on it successfully.
the only vehicle that can go on this road is a tractor. But these are people who are committed. Every year they go to vote. They continue to support what we are doing in Parliament in whatever way. I want to find out from the minister whether we can have something that we can do in the interim so that the people can use this road. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, any remedial measures?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure all honorable colleagues of this honorable House, and indeed the people of this country, that there is no road lying anywhere which is outside the watch of the ministry. The ministry is in full control, and for that matter, government, we are in full control of the total road network size of our country, of close to 80,000 kilometers. But of course, naturally, Mr. Speaker, work on these roads cannot all be done simultaneously. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I have indicated that the future program for these roads is that, even as at now, engineering design studies and condition surveys have been carried out on these roads, and my ministry is in possession of cost estimates, except that its implementation is futuristic, and that we are prepared to carry out spot improvements and rehabilitation interventions. So until we come back and award those contracts and under the 2023 budget as programmed in our database, I will assure you that the spot improvements and the rehabilitation interventions, which all fall under our maintenance program, will be carried out to make the road motorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We turn to page 5. Honorable Sir, we haven't finished. Okay, let's hear.
With your permission, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The minister is saying that the routine maintenance, he will look at it. Is he going to give me an idea when we will have this routine maintenance on this road? Thank you.
Minister, when will the routine maintenance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you talk about routine maintenance, it's an ongoing program, and we have even broken it down to the to regional basis. So every region, all the 16 regions of our country, have their respective programs under maintenance, because it's something which is ongoing. That is why, and I believe a number of our colleagues here can testify to it. That's why if there is an emergency road intervention in, say, northern region, and it's reported to us, engineers will rush there and work on it the same day. At times it takes some few hours. Engineers will be there because we have regionalized all the programs. It's like we have decentralized the maintenance program. So, Mr. Speaker, I will urge my honorable colleague that And I am appealing to you now to help me with this exercise. When you visit your region, you can go to our feeder roads department and discuss it with the regional director, because the program is being handled by the regional directors in all the regions. And if you like, as colleagues, even whilst there, you can pick a phone and call me, and we talk about it, and your constituency will benefit from this immediately. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Seidu. Yes, let me come to page 5, question number 634. 634. And the question stands the name of Honorable Ademu Ramadan, member for Adentan. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when work on the Peace B Junction to Abinwaha Road will commence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the La Nquantanan Medina municipality is one of the 29 assemblies in the Greater Accra region. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Greater Accra Regional Entity Tender Committee approved and awarded the project titled Upgrading of J. Onano Street and Abinwaha Area Roads, and then Adentan Roads measuring 4.6 kilometers under Lot 2 on 1st August 2019. The project commenced on 26 February 2020 for completion by 26 February 2022. The progress of work to date is at just 4% physical completion. To date, 500 meters of 0.6 meter U drain and 500 meters of gravel works up to base level have been completed. The contractor is on site and work are ongoing. The program for the future, Mr. Speaker, is that the Department of Urban Roads will get the contractor to officially request for extension of time for approval to enable him to complete all outstanding works. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Ramadan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the background, this project is in Adenta constituency, or Adenta district, not the Lamquantana Medina area as captured in the background. And Mr. Speaker, you would find that the question I asked was, when will the roadworks commence? I asked that because in the last 13 months of my tenure as Member of Parliament, the contractor hasn't been on site at all. And you find that the contract was awarded in August of 2019. He commenced work in February of 2020. And by the close of that year, when he abandoned site, he hasn't come back to site again. I see that the answer says the contractor is on site and works are ongoing. The contractor hasn't been on site in the last 13, 14 months. Mr. Speaker, the name of the contractor I'm aware is Udell Company Limited. But Mr. Speaker, I know the road minister. I know what he's able to do. I'm not going to ask any further questions on this, but what I'm going to do is that I'm going to invite him. Please invite him to come to my constituency, because I can't thank him enough for his intervention on that bridge where we lost the life of the 7-year-old boy. So I'm inviting the minister to please come to the constituency to inspect that project and then other very important roads within the community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm to call him, I'll call him Honorable Minister Osadieyo. Oka Oyo. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, so much accolade. So we also thank you. So, honorable members, on your behalf, I would like to thank the Minister for Roads and Highways for attending upon the House to answer 7 separate questions. Honorable Minister, we thank you, and you are hereby discharged. Honorable Member for Shares, what? You wanted to ask me a question? No. All the questions were constituency specific, and we gave which one?
Mr. Speaker, with the highest respect, if you oblige me. Mr. Speaker, last week I answered a question here from one honorable
members. Let's be attentive.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, with the highest respect, if you oblige me, I answered a question here on the floor from one of the honorable colleagues. He wanted to ask me to apprise this honorable House about 4,000 kilometers of road intervention that had been undertaken by the government between 2017 and 2021 under the government of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has done marvelously well, and his performance in the road sector is unprecedented since independence of 1957 of our country. And he was said to have picked that information from the press briefing that I gave on 23rd May 2021. But he had picked that information from one of the newspapers. And I indicated to him that I don't remember making that exact comment, and we could have done even more or less of what he was talking about. Mr. Speaker, the first deputy speaker who was in the chair at that time mandated me to lay a paper on it to prove what I was talking about. And since it came from the chair, I had no choice, and I still have no choice but to comply. So, Mr. Speaker, I have on my hand a copy of the full text of my press briefing on the said date. And I have a copy on hand that I want to lay before this House. And to answer the question that he asked, I can also confirm that, yes, he was talking about 4,000 kilometers of road intervention between 2017 and 2021 under President Akufo-Addo's government, and he wanted a proof of it. Mr. Speaker, the proof of it is that I have compiled all the road interventions between that period, and the total 4,263.37 kilometers. And Mr. Speaker, my ministry, because we want to offer a prima facie evidence of what we have done, I have broken the road interventions into regions, and it covers all the 16 regions of our country, and we have also gone further to itemize all the road activities that constitute that total kilometerage of road work on. And, Mr. Speaker, we have also given detailed breakdown of all the projects throughout the country between the aforementioned period. And, Mr. Speaker, with your permission and with the highest respect, I want to lay these two voluminous documents for the perusal of all doubting Thomases and anybody who cares. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Meanwhile, as I said, you've already been discharged. I hope you are not going to. Okay. So, Minister, you are discharged. Let me hear you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's just an appeal that I'm going to make, that on the document that he has laid, instead of just laying it, it should be captured into the official report, so that it will be printed with the official report, so that every member will automatically have a copy for verification, since he's claiming all the details up to the districts and where the things have been done, so that at least there could be better verification. So if that could be made to be part of the official reports of today, so that it's just not about laying and leaving it there, so that it be part of the official report.
Well. Yes. But
yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's consequential. The Honorable Minority Chief Whip knows that when documents are laid, they are not laid for the cosmetic effect of laying. They become part of the records of the House, and that is what it is. So he wants every member to have a copy, and this will form part of the official reports. Yeah, what I'm saying is that all I'm saying is that what you said, in other words, it was superfluous. Mr. Speaker, for the records, if in the past any document was ever laid and same did not form part of the official report, then I beg to say that it was in error. Because once a document is laid by a minister or a member of parliament as part of his debate, it's supposed to be part of the official report.
Yeah. Well noted. I think this is just a matter of emphasis. So I think we are not in dispute. So table, please take note. Honourable members, let us now turn to item number 5. Item number 5 on today's order paper, that is business statement for the ensuing week. So the Deputy Majority Leader is here, and I believe he has a mandate to present it to the House.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. The chair of the committee is unavoidably absent, and as you rightly said, I am the vice chair, and I have his permission to proceed with your leave.
Well.
You were not there. I was there. Yes. Ahmed was there. Leader was there. You left. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move this House to adopt the Business Committee's report for the ensuing week. And Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I shall proceed with the necessary information contained in the report, page 1 and 2, and the necessary attachments. Mr. Speaker, your committee met yesterday, and having
exhausted all deliberations, came to the following conclusions: that in total we take 45 questions in the ensuing week. Mr. Speaker, there is no urgent question for consideration. And Mr. Speaker may again, at your discretion, admit statements under Order 72 and 72 of our rules. Mr. Speaker may also permit papers to be laid and reports of committees also presented. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, once there are motions and resolutions, you may exercise discretion to permit same after same have been debated. Mr. Speaker, we propose for consideration of plenary the following. One, that on Wednesday, the 23rd of February, a committee of the whole be held to enable NIA update the House on the ongoing registration of Ghanaians regarding the ECOWAS ID cards, also known as Ghana card, and other electronic registrations currently going on in the country. Mr. Speaker, members would have to brief their constituents, and we believe that members must be fully updated on this all-important matter. Mr. Speaker, also, there are matters of pleasure and profits that would have to be considered by the House. And we have agreed to look at that also on the 23rd of February, 2022. These are very important matters that affect members. The Speaker, we expect Mr. President to deliver a message on the state of the nation on the 3rd of March 2022. Mr. Speaker, the attached is the schedule of proceedings for the ensuing week. And Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, if you go to Thursday, the 24th of February, the Finance Committee is going to lay the report of an agreement amongst the government of Ghana, the Deutsche Bank, and TMF Global Services for an amount of 38 million for the construction and equipping of 40-bed district hospitals at the following communities: Ayensuano, Efiduase, and Ofenso, and the completion and equipping of the Old Tafo Maternity and Kumasi South Maternity blocks. Mr. Speaker, health is life. These are very important health projects, and the government is committed to getting these done. Mr. Speaker, not only that, again, the Finance Committee also has for us another report, which report is also going to be laid for additional facilities for the aforementioned hospitals. So, Mr. Speaker, these are very, very critical matters. There are some motions by members, and Mr. Speaker, all of them have been so put down for consideration. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee is of the view that members must take advantage of their privileges on the House floor. Situations where members will file a motion or even file a question without waiting for Mr. Speaker to admit, and they will find themselves litigating or arguing, same in the media. The committee is of the view that this must be discouraged. Mr. Speaker, the minority chief. Mr. Speaker, your committee is encouraging members of parliament to use the tools available to them as members of parliament. That they are being encouraged to allow due process and prudence to guide all their actions on the House floor. So, for instance, if you file a motion until same is admitted, because admissibility is the sole mandate of Mr. Speaker. So if you don't wait for Mr. Speaker to admit same and you go out litigating, then Mr. Speaker, you are creating problems for the House. So, Mr. Speaker, we are encouraging members to utilize all the tools available within the rules guiding our deliberations so that they will be effective. Mr. Speaker, that is the call on them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
You wouldn't even allow me to invite you. Anyway, go on, Honorable.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going through the business statement, the almighty e-levy didn't get provision or space in the budget statement. The Speaker, may I know when the e-levy will be brought back to the floor of the House for us to continue? Because, the Speaker, I say so because some honorable members on the other side, the Speaker, are going around in the country telling Ghanaians that some of us at this House are secretly supporting the e-levy. Whether or not we support the e-levy, it must be brought to the floor of the House so that the numbers will indicate so. The Speaker, some of their leaders have also had the cause to blame Mr. Speaker for not being in the seat for the e-levy to be taken. Mr. Speaker has been in the country for 1 week. He's been sitting. Mr. Speaker, today we are reading the business statement, and there's no indication to that effect. Then when Mr. Speaker travels, they will come and blame him again. They must be serious, Mr. Speaker. You must react to that.
Yes, we are on Sevi room. So yes. Let me come to Budi.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for recognizing that we are talking about Sevi roads because some of the roads are bad. Last week, I complained about the bad nature of Bodi and Ibensu Road. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders is specific. I've had an urgent question, and this is about 3 months ago. Urgent question. And I'm aware that Mr. Speaker has approved it, has admitted it. And I've been trying for the past 3 weeks to find out from the business committee, the deputy majority leader, who has been reading the business committee for the last 3 weeks, to tell us, the people of Buodi and Ibensu, when that stretch of road will be constructed. I am struggling to get answers to this simple question. Again, can the deputy majority leader tell me, and for that matter, the people of Buodi and Ibensu, when? Last week, he tried to explain that for the road to be worked on, it depends on e-levy. I just want him to know that I've had the question before the e-levy was tabled. I've had that urgent question before the e-levy was tabled. So there is no relationship between Ibensu Bodi Road and e-levy. Can you tell us when Ibensu Bodi Road will be constructed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me go to Adanse. Niwed Biase.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prior to recess, a lot of questions were advertised and were due to be asked, including my own question to the Energy Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thought that, upon resumption, it will automatically follow that the questions that were not, answered before recess will be some of the first questions to be asked. We are in the fifth week already, and they cannot still find expression in the business statement. I was wondering what has become of those questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to Tamale North.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Business Committee for the work done, giving an indication of what work awaits us next week. Mr. Speaker, last week I raised a matter of national concern, and I expected the Business Committee to take on board that issue and make space for it this week. However, Mr. Speaker, going through the business statement, it seems the Business Committee does not find it necessary to put it on the business for next week. And I wish to find out from the Business Committee if that impression is right or it is being considered for another day. Mr. Speaker, I recall requesting the Business Committee to make space for the House to be briefed on the ongoing media harassment in the country by the National Media Commission through the Minister of Information. The Speaker, this is very crucial, especially given the ranking of Ghana internationally as far as press freedom is concerned, and the growing concern of lovers of democracy and watchers of democracy when it comes to whether or not we are promoting or stifling free speech in this country. Mr. Speaker, a democracy is as good as its free media. And so I will reiterate my call and hope that the Business Committee will find it important for this House to be briefed on the state of media in Ghana by the National Media Commission and the role that they are playing to promote media growth and free speech in this country. Mr. Speaker, related also to this is a call that the Minority Leader made for the Business Committee to invite the National Identification Authority to brief this House on the status of the program so far. The Speaker, going through, I missed any provision for that. And if it is in the business statement for the day, I will submit myself to guidance. But, Mr. Speaker, the very important issue of free press, media independence in this country needs to be taken seriously by the Business Committee for the House to engage with the National Media Commission on the way forward. I thank you very much.
But, Honourable Member, alternatively, can't you file a question inviting the Minister to? You can't do that.
Mr. Speaker,
is that not possible?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your guidance. Indeed, I have written a statement also on this matter, which is before your office, and I'm hoping that when that is also finally called, it will reiterate this call that I'm making. I feel that the House needs to be briefed appropriately. Beyond just filing a question, I feel it will be, more useful if the statement is admitted and made, and followed by a briefing of this House by the National Media Commission. But, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your suggestion also, and I'll discuss that further with leadership.
Honourable members, hold on. Let me ask the Deputy Leader to respond to the concerns raised. Afterwards, we'll come back to you. So, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that Honorable Suhini filed a statement and he knows that he has to wait for same to be admitted. I was there when his leader made the recommendation. I believe that he should rather wait for the opportunity for him to make the statement. I, however, disagree with the contention made by him to the effect that there is state harassment of the media. It is never correct. And I don't think that you should give that impression of your own country, that in this country, the government is harassing media personalities. You know it is not correct. And I don't want it to come from you as a member of parliament. You know that. True, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Samsnahi also raised an issue about his president. You know, he's a very senior member and he's been in leadership before. I wouldn't want to litigate the issue. But if indeed it is your case that Mr. Speaker has admitted your question, if indeed it is your case, I don't know whether you slipped. I don't know whether you slipped. But admissibility is the sole mandate of Mr. Speaker. And when Mr. Speaker admits, he will channel it through the table office. I do not want you to create the impression that it is the responsibility of the business committee. That's what you said. So all that I would want to say is that work through your whips so that your whips will liaise with the table office. If it comes up, we will deal with it. If it comes up, we will deal with it. But I do not think that the table office brought your question and we refused to consider it, just for the records. That notwithstanding, I reiterate my earlier answer to you, that it will take money to fix the road. And I want the people of Bodi to know that when the person is finally admitted and there are steps to be taken, it will require money. And government is saying that the situation is such that we need another source of funding. We need to generate revenue. And that is why the e-levy was introduced. And tell your people that you are against the e-levy. You are against the e-levy. Tell your people. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kando, whose constituency shares border with Bodi, Dwaboso and Bodi, when you decided to divide it, you did Kokofo and gave it to him. Mr. Speaker, he wants to know about the state.
Honorable Akando, some of these things, take it kind of lightly.
Mr. Speaker, he wants to know about the status of the e-levy. The e-levy will come on. If you know you have some unavoidable commitment, proceed and pursue same. Like Honorable Jinapo said, if there are some emergency, there are some medical appointments outside the country, please go. Go. You see, as you remain here in Accra, people are staging coup against your constituency. The police station, the branch executives, your constituency executives, they are looking for you. Minority, people are digging holes in your backyard. You stay in Accra. You stay in Accra. They are reorganizing behind you. Okay. Mr. Speaker, it's up to them. The Okonfo is suffering. The Sekla too is suffering. The Oyarifo is suffering. Mr. Speaker, both of you, political leaders, both consensus and pass the e-levy. The two of you, here and there. Yesterday, we considered the Sputnik report by consensus. Why don't we do same for the e-levy by consensus? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, I'll come to you. Let me come to Honorable Kofi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Deputy Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader has been making reference to e-levy in all the answers he was giving. Well, in the business statement, there was nothing said about the e-levy. This is a very important government policy. The Minister of Finance and the whole government machinery is on a country tour, visiting every region, explaining to people about how important it is, except for where it matters most, Parliament, where we will vote. It's not even a business statement this week. Mr. Speaker, we want to know the direction from government on that e-levy policy. It has to be explained. It's not in your business statement this week. Is it no longer a priority? Please let us know. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the Deputy Leader talked about the State of the Nation address, a very important occasion called for by the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, hopefully the President will have been back from his world tour. I'm sure he'll be back by that time. I want to be sure. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, how are we preparing for the State of the Nation address? It's a very solemn occasion that this August House will have a lot of very important visitors. I visited, for example, Mr. Speaker, mentioned the other day, I saw a whole bunch of buckets, water not flowing here and there. So, Speaker, the leader must address how we are preparing, especially making sure that we use the opportunity to fix certain things that are not rightly working in this chamber for this very important occasion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Who Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I come under Standing Order 168-4 to find out from the Deputy Majority Leader when he will program the House Committee to brief this House about the facilities that we are working in. Reference particularly to Job 600. There are so many things which have deteriorated within the block. But I can't remember whether they are paying any attention to the facilities we are in. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the west lift, only one has been functioning for a long time. If you come to the middle lift, there are 2 lifts at the back for haulage of goods. Only one has been functioning for about 2 years now. Now, if you come to the east, one of the lifts intermittently is stopping as you enter it. So I think it is the responsibility of the House Committee to come and brief us about the status. Now, if you are even moving around the corridors, you can hear the drumming under your feet of some of the tiles which have decided to release themselves into drafts. So I think that the business committee should list the House committee to come and brief us, the House, about the facilities in which we are working. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Sola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question relates to that of Honourable Samson Ahi. It concerns questions. But Mr. Speaker, it looks like leader and then Honourable Chairman Sambosu, they have a style. Anytime we raise issues concerning questions, they will simply direct us to see our hips. But Mr. Speaker, my concern is agent questions are supposed to be agent questions. You file an agent question, it takes about 3 months for the question to be answered. And it loses its value as an agent question. I filed an agent question in May. The question finally appeared on the other paper somewhere August or September. Mr. Speaker, as we talk, I have filed an agent question. This is the 3rd week. Before the question comes, it has lost its value. We file agent questions concerning agent issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy if we come very clear on this. Let's be committed to our standing orders. If agent questions are supposed to take 10 days, let it be 10 days. It should not go beyond that. And so, my kind request is that leaders should not keep referring us to see our leaders on questions, because we follow up and we are certain that the questions are admitted. That is why we raise issues when we are on the floor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Honourable Kudutu, I'll come to you, but let's clear this. When the question is filed as agent, is it a matter that the Speaker will also have to see the question as agent? Because the questioner, the owner of the question, may see that the question is agent, but the Speaker may not see that question as agent. Incidentally, I'm admitting most of the questions. And I'm not saying we don't admit your questions if they are agent. But some of them do not actually come into the picture as agent questions. So on such questions, we may admit them as normal questions. So I want members to get this clearly, that the mere fact you have asked a question and have indicated that it must be processed agently does not necessarily mean that the Speaker may admit it that way. It depends on the nature of the question. If the question actually calls for that, it will be admitted for that. But if it doesn't actually call for the process to be done agently, we process it on the normal basis. I want this to be made clear to members. Well, leader.
Just to add with what you say, if you look at our standing orders, 64, is with the prior approval of Mr. Speaker, meaning that a Speaker that determines the agency. Maybe what we should do to improve the communication is, when I file agent and Speaker doesn't see that it is agent, I should be communicated to. So when I'm communicated to, I know that Speaker has rejected the agency, and therefore it has to take the full length. But if I don't get to know, I will continue to complain that I filed an agent question and I've not heard. I think if we do that, it will help. But obviously, Speaker's discretion determines the agency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Honourable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think Order 66 is clear on this matter. Under Order 66(3), the clerk is supposed to keep questions record book, from which status of all questions can be ascertained. So in respect of that of Honourable Ahi, it appears the leader was unable to indicate exactly the status of the person. So Honorable Ahi just specified that he is going to inspect the person's record book to know the status of that person. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that all the questions that have been asked and which have not been answered for months, some for 3-4 months, for weeks, members can inspect the person's record book to ascertain the status of the persons.
Yeah, that can be done.
Speaker, I thank you for the space. Just to support my colleague, the Honorable Minority Whip, but we also have to be fair to the table of affairs. If you look at the current question form, there has been some subtle improvement on the current question form. There is a provision which has been added where the members' contact has been, a portion has been provided for member to provide his or her contact, and some other features. What it means is that, and I've experienced it, if you file a question and it goes to Mr. Speaker, and Speaker so decides that the question proposed is not of urgent nature, the table office will be able to communicate with you, to inform you, for you to amend. No, they do it. I have experienced that from them. Probably they should improve upon it. I am saying that they have taken conscious effort to improve it, and we must recognize it. And we as SCRIP must also improve this communication with the table office.
Thank you very much. So let me now come to member for Northton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for finally calling me. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader gives indication at page 1, item number 3, that there will be a committee of the whole on Wednesday, 23rd February 2022 to engage the National Identification Authority on the ongoing registration of the citizenry towards the acquisition of the ECOWAS identity card. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest to the Business Committee, and for that matter, the Deputy Majority Leader, that the scope is too narrow. When they come, we would also be interested in whether the e-card, the Ghana card, has become an e-passport or not. And that whole brouhaha with ICAO and matters that are related to it. So I think that notice should go to the NIA that when they come to the House, they shouldn't have this rather narrow agenda as the only matter that members will be interested in. We'll be interested in that whole brouhaha about the Ghana card, whether it has become an e-passport and whether you can fly to other jurisdictions without a passport. Then, Mr. Speaker, I also want to use this opportunity to ask the Deputy Majority Leader to kindly draw the attention of the Executive that under Act 463, the Presidential Office Act of 1993, they are obliged to present to this House an annual report on the status of staffing, as Section 11 provides under Act 463. The Executive has within 3 months, and we are approaching March. That will be the last month. My checks indicate that it has not yet been provided. So if the Deputy Majority Leader can keep that on the agenda so that the Executive will be duly reminded to carry out their legal mandate under the Presidential Office Act 1993, Act 463. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Honorable Dafiamako.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the business statement. Mr. Speaker, I will make my submission pursuant to Article 106, subclauses 4, 5, 6 of the Constitution, and submit that on or about the 15th of December, the Finance Minister brought the Electronic Transfer Levy Bill to Parliament. It was appropriately laid and referred to the appropriate committee to consider. Mr. Speaker, the committee had prepared this report and it was distributed to members. What is outstanding is for the report to be properly laid and debated. Mr. Speaker, I reference those constitutional provisions because it appears there's no agency on the part of government that is sponsoring the bill to pursue the appropriate consideration and passage of the bill in this House. And we are running against time. The particular provision in under 106 says that a bill submitted to a committee must not be delayed with more than 3 months. Today is the 18th of February. The bill was brought here as far back as 15th December. We are running against time. And the government, in today's business statement before the House, there's no indication that any work will be done on the bill next week. We were told last week that they may come back, considering the circumstances, to either withdraw the bill and relay same or whatever. There's no indication this time. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly worried because this House was prayed to consider the bill and the certificate of urgency. And it was agreed to. And it was appropriately considered. So why is the government running away from us debating this report? Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, this House is seized with the capacity to effect any amendment to the bill that is presently before us. It is not anybody's business to amend the bill that is before us. It is our business. We have the power. And there should be no any basis to withdrawing the bill, if indeed the philosophy and the terms will not change. Parliament has the power to even amend the rate that has been proposed in the bill. So I want to urge the government that because they came to the House under a certificate of urgency, they should be very urgent in pursuing the business in respect of this bill. Because statements have been made to the effect that it is Speaker that is frustrating the House from pursuing the bill. Statements have been made. Statements have been made out there. And so it is important that we know that it is not the chair that is frustrating the business of this bill. Even when the Speaker is absent, the House is not incapacitated from pursuing this matter.
Honorable,
so, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge government to help us to lay the bill for us to consider, and whether we reject it or we approve of it, let us pursue it. I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. So I'm giving the last. Okay, let me hear you. Are you Wild West?
Honorable Speaker, I'm Telma East, not Wild West. Honorable Speaker, during last week's business statement discussion, I recall a member asked about the ITAG impasse, and I recall Speaker directed that the minister be brought on the floor to brief us on what government is doing to. But I've looked at last week, this week, and even the ensuing week, there's no indication that the minister would come to brief the House on the ITAC impasse, given the fact that it is in the 6th week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But, Honorable Member, I think yesterday the Minister for Labour was here, and he spoke to this particular issue. So, even the Minister for Education had indicated to speak, but based on what the Minister for Labour said, he declined to speak. So almost, I believe the discussion is almost coming to a close. And the ranking member for education also collaborated with that particular issue. So probably that is why it is not part of the statement anyway. Let me come to Honorable Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Deputy Majority Leader and the Acting Chairman of the Business Committee when the statutory funds will be programmed for consideration in this House. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because the Business Committee, even though programs what comes to them from the Speaker's office, and yesterday, none of the three funds, District Assembly Common Fund, Ghana Educational Trust Fund, National Health Insurance Authority Service Fund, all these three funds, Mr. Speaker, you know, by law, 3 months after the passage of the budget, these formulas must be brought to this House for approval. And Mr. Speaker, you know that last year we approved formula for the disbursement of those funds after the last 2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that these funds are called statutory funds, and that is why I want to know from the Deputy Majority that when the 2022 formulas will be programmed for the House, because on 3rd March, the President will be coming to this House with the State of the Nation address, which will be debated, and by the end of March, this House will be preparing for adjournment. So if now we are still within the 3 months, and there is no indication as to when those formulas will be programmed for the House to be considered, Mr. Speaker, is a source of worry. And that is not enough, Mr. Speaker. Those that we approved even last year, Mr. Speaker, there has not been disbursement. The whole of 2021, Mr. Speaker, the 2.4 billion cedis that we approved for this Assembly Common Fund, there was no transfer from the Ministry of Finance to the administrator of this Assembly Common Fund account. And Mr. Speaker, we are into another year, preparing for another formula to be brought. So, Mr. Speaker, it will not be enough for the Business Committee to only program the 2022 formula for approval in this House. I want the Chairman of the Business Committee, Mr. Speaker, either you let the Chairman of the Business Committee program the Minister for Finance to meet us, Mr. Speaker, for us to know the status of the formula that was approved in 2021.
Hold on. You are talking of funds, release of funds. The Deputy Minister would like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to know if you really said that the whole of last year, the statutory funds were not released. I just want a confirmation of that.
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, did you say that?
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Deputy Minister for Finance how much was transferred from the Ministry of Finance.
Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I said that. And I said that because what I said was this. Mr. Speaker, I said the 2021 District Assembly formula, Common Fund formula 2.4 billion that was approved in this House. There was no personal transfer from the Ministry of Finance to the office of the Administrator of District Assembly Common Fund. If there was, let the Deputy Minister for Finance give us the figure, how much was transferred. What I know, Mr. Speaker, and if you are aware, do you remember on the 17th of November, when the Finance Minister was coming to present the budget, and we held him a conclave, saying that if there is no transfer, we are not going to see. Mr. Speaker, the $200 million cedis that you want to take from Access Bank, Mr. Speaker, that was for 4th quarter 2020. So the whole of 2021,
the 2.4 billion, you've not transferred the first one. And if you want us to debate this, Mr. Speaker, that is why I wanted to end my rendition by saying that let us arrange to meet the Minister of Finance for them to come and present to us how much was approved and how much disbursement was made. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time I'm raising this. It has been raised before, and there was a directive from the chair. There was a directive from the chair that the Committee of Local Government and Rural Development and Finance must meet with the Finance Ministry and the Administrator of this Assembly Common Fund to reconcile the figures. That meeting never saw the light of day. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it will not be enough to debate it here. So if you will give directive before the formula for 2022 will come, the meeting which never saw the light of day must be reconvened. The leadership of the Committee of Local Government and Rural Development, the leadership of the Committee on Finance, and the leadership, the Minister of Finance itself, with the Administrator of this Assembly Common Fund, we meet and reconcile those here before the formula will come. If we come here, oh, we send this, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Finance himself is a minister, is a member of Parliament. How much was paid in your MP Common Fund account, in your District Assembly Common Fund account?
It's
in Man District, Mr. Speaker, in Banat District Assembly, only 50%.
It's okay. It's spoken a lot. Honorable,
the situation is bad, and they don't want her to say it.
Well. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much,
Member
Mr.
for
Speaker.
Tiwa.
Mr. Speaker, initially he said nothing has been paid. Now he's saying something has been paid. This house is a house of records, Mr. Speaker. We have paid some of the DACF. Last year we did pay, and we will continue to pay what is due. Mr. Speaker, this house is a house of records. There's a difference between not paying and now changing the tune to we have paid something. In as much as things are not the way it used to be, we will have to tell the truth in this house. Mr. Speaker, we have paid 2021 DACF. We have paid some. We paid 2021 first quarter. We paid 2021 second quarter. The outstanding is 2023 third quarter. And the fourth quarter is due end of March 2022. This house is a house of records, Mr. Speaker. Let us put out the truth. Let us put out the truth. This is becoming unbecoming, Mr. Speaker. We have to stop this. We have to stop this. They go around saying all kinds of things, and then we don't get the opportunity to comment on these things. Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between not paying at all and now changing to say we have paid something. Ask your District Assembly Common Fund, ask your administrator, ask your MCE, whether the whole of 2021 government did not release some monies. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Records. Let us stop this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, just be mindful of the fact that we are dealing with business statement. We are not dealing with common fund. It's business statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 200 million Access Bank.
Honorable member, leader, having invited you.
Transfer to the District Assembly Common Fund.
I have not invited you, leader.
This is out of record.
I haven't called you. Leader, I haven't invited you. Why? No, you've dealt with all of you. Podo, you've spoken. Let me now give opportunity to minority group.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the business statement ending next week clearly states has not made provision for the e-levy to be taken. At the business committee, I emphasized and asked the majority leader whether we are taking him for his word that he's not ready to do the e-levy for next week. And he said it can only come after next week. And I reminded him there was a week, 2-3 weeks ago, the same thing happened, and around a Thursday, Friday, then an addendum was printed to try to do the e-levy. Well, he said some other things happened. That was why that happened. The Speaker, we want to state on record that the business statement for this week, for next week, is clearly indicating that we are not taking the e-levy bill next week. Mr. Speaker, we don't want a situation where during the week attempts to be made to introduce it. Because any attempt to do that will be ambushing. And Mr. Speaker, I would not want to say that we will resist, but that will not be acceptable. Because the standing orders are very, very clear. It is this business statement that determines what we do the subsequent week. So if the business statement is not indicating that there will be e-levy, obviously that will help this House to schedule other things. But if it's going to be introduced unplanned, that we will not accept. And I just thought that we needed to serve this notice. Yes, because it is only when you place it here and all of us know that it's going to happen. What emergency? What emergency? So, Mr. Speaker, we must have clarity, because any attempt to ambush us will not be accepted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Eric, you've spoken, isn't it?
Not on this matter.
Okay, I'll give you the final word. Then the leader will come and respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip raised an issue about the non-payment of the Common Fund. And then the Deputy Minister of Finance raised an objection indicating to this House that some monies have been released to the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. The seriousness of this matter stems from the Constitution, because it's a constitutional provision that for not less than 5% of the Common Fund should be released to the district assemblies for the development of the assemblies.
On a quarterly basis.
On a quarterly basis. And a member is alleging that this government is denying the assemblies resources to develop the assemblies, the rural communities. The minister says, no, that is not correct. Mr. Speaker, this House must bring finality to this matter. I'm therefore urging you to ask the committee responsible for local government to investigate and report to this House within next week, so that whether the money has been paid or not. If the money has not been paid, and the government is in breach of the Constitution, and the minister is here telling us that the money has been paid, then it's a serious matter, Mr. Speaker. It's a very serious matter. Under Article 252, Clause 2, we need to make sure that the Constitution has been, complied with. The Honorable Napo standing there knows very well whether the money has been paid or not. But we are not privy to that. So we want to make sure that the truth in this matter is ascertained, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this matter to go without solution. There must be an answer to all the questions having been raised here.
Well. Honorable Napo, he mentioned your name, so
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak. On the first place, my honorable member said Honorable Napo. For record purposes, I'm Honorable Prempe. And legitimately in the House, member of Parliament from the Siasa. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Banda, in his speech, made two allegations, and those allegations cannot stand. One, he said nothing has been paid. That's the first one. And in continuing, he said 50% has been paid. Mr. Speaker, that is the member who started this allegation. He said 50%. The honorable member for Tiwa East, in speaking, acknowledges that 2 quarters have been paid. the consultant for DACF, my honorable friend, Nila Tevandapoy, MP for Nonodio. It is instructive. Consultant for DACF, member of the local government committee, and a key watcher with his fellow brother. He's saying that it is not even 2 quarters as the minister is probably forgetting, and that it is 3 quarters. Mr. Speaker, if it is 3 quarters, and the minister concedes that the 4th quarter has not been paid, the 4th quarter is also not due till the end of March. Where are these allegations from honorable member for God? I'm not talking about you. Why are you now? I know that you are not boss. Why? I know you are Sankore. Honorable member for Sankore. Mr. Speaker, I just want us to calm down. We are not speaking at different purposes. It is in our collective interest to have a DSCFP. No government's intention is to undermine the district assembly process. We are all supporting it. The honorable member for Dodio tells me 3 quarters have been paid. And nobody can argue with that honorable member because he's a consultant to DACF and a member of the local government committee and a key sports analyst and a member of the Atabil's Memorial Foundation. Mr. Speaker, let's listen to him. Thank you.
Leader, I'll come to you, please. Leader, I'll come to you, please. Let me listen to Ododio.
Right now, sir, thank you very much. I want the House to take note that I'm not a consultant to the DACF. I'm the honorable member of Parliament for the people of Ododio and the ranking member for the local government Development Committee. And I have so much interest in the development of the district, so I will always argue. You are not. If you are, you will make sure that the districts get the money due them under the constitution to be able to develop themselves. You are not interested. Honorable Speaker, this House asks us to have a meeting with the Finance Committee and the Ministry of Finance to iron out the issues pertaining to the outstanding balances in the DCF allocation. Up to today, they have refused to honor that invitation to meet with us. It is important that this House, the Speaker's desk, directed.
And they disrespected them.
There are so many issues pertaining to the releases of common funds. Differences in amounts. We have argued and we've severally said that the so-called 5% that they are giving us is not related to what is on paper. So all these things need to be ironed out. You can't just get one and tell this is a 5% when we don't know the total revenue that came to government, that month. But you just get up and say this is a 5%. We want to know what really constitutes 5%, what was the total revenue, and what amount constitutes the 5%. Oh, yes, but I won't mind you. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe seriously, the leader will have to direct and make sure that that directive from the Speaker is carried out because this is in the interest of all of us in this House. Thank you.
Very well. Leader, let me respectfully come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I think all of us are interested in the proper functioning of the assemblies and indeed, for that matter, the development of the districts in the country. I overheard the member, the Honorable Eric Opoku, talk so much about the release of the amounts for the development of the assemblies. And he's nodding his head. It means that I got him right, that he called for the release of the amounts for the development of the assemblies. The Speaker, the Constitution does not talk about the development of the assemblies. It talks about the development of the districts. The monies that you are talking about are not meant
for the development of the assemblies. They are meant for the development of the districts. The Speaker, there's a world of difference. there's a world of difference. Those amounts are not meant for the assemblies. And he's been a regional minister before. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are that, I think it's important for us to also ensure that the district assemblies live up to their billing. Because it's been made to appear as if their wealth depends on the Mr. Speaker.
Leader, don't listen to them.
Mr. Speaker, may I read Article 245 for the elucidation of the Honorable Eric Opoku. Eric, would you listen to me? Mr. Speaker, the Constitution provides in Article 245. Parliament shall by law prescribe the functions of district assemblies, which shall include the formulation and execution of plans, programs, and strategies for the effective mobilization of the resources necessary for the overall development of the district. Please, why are you adding the assemblies? 245, there's no assemblies there. For the development of the district. Mr. Speaker, you say for the development of the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I refer to 245 my feet. Mr. Speaker, it's 245A. It's the development of the district, not the development of the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I was just making the point. I was making the point that the development of the district does not depend entirely on the district assembly common fund. We should be stressing that they are charged with the responsibility of levying and collection of taxes, rates, duties, and fees. Again, for the development of the districts. The Speaker, that is what. The Speaker, I'm reading Article 245. There's no trade to 245. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. What is 2523? 2523 provides the monies accruing to the district assemblies in the common fund shall be distributed among all the district assemblies. The distribution, you are talking about the development. Mr. Speaker, that is a completely different provision. You are distributing it among the district assemblies for the development of the districts, not the development of the district assemblies. I'm surprised members will not understand this simple thing. You distribute the amounts among the district assemblies for the development of the districts, not the development of district assemblies. I thought this is something that you should understand. Mr. Speaker, but I think that the entire House should be concerned. I understand the meeting that is to be called involving the Ministry of Finance and the District Assembly's Common Fund, plus the local government committee has not yet taken place. I think we should facilitate that meeting. Next week is intended for us to have a joint caucus. And one of the issues that we're going to discuss certainly will relate to this. And I guess before then, that meeting should happen. So if the meeting has to happen on Monday or Tuesday, before we're able to meet in the joint caucus on Wednesday or Thursday, what we should be stressing is that that meeting should be facilitated
between now and Tuesday, such that the outcome then would influence the information that is transmitted to the House, the Joint Caucus, on either Wednesday or Thursday. To me, that is the takeaway. That's the takeaway. So, Mr. Speaker, we should be supportive of this to ensure that the right thing is done. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. So, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Afenyo, are you responding to some of the issues they raised?
Mr. Speaker, until you call me, I wouldn't know whether they are done.
Before we came to this Assembly Common Fund,
yes, there were some issues.
Some of the issues
yes,
raised. If you can come and address
well,
those
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Suhini did not pay attention to the report because NIA has been programmed to meet with us. So his case that we have not programmed them is not correct. And then again, Honorable Blackwell wanted to know about the meeting with the Foreign Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Affairs Committee wrote to the Foreign Ministry and they themselves rescheduled the meeting. So that additional update he needs, I believe he would have to wait on his own committee to do the engagement with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, for members who wanted to know about e-levy, Mr. Speaker, we have provided for bills, motions to be considered. Somebody is asking why is it that the Finance Committee has done its work and the motion has not been considered. If you look at point 2B and C, D, you read, Mr. Speaker, motions may be debated, emphasis 2D, motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions, if any. It includes the e-levy. It includes the e-levy. So don't create the impression with mischievous intent that government does not intend to pursue its own policy. We provided for it there. We don't need to mention e-levy. We don't need to. It's there. That bills, motions will be considered. The report will be considered as a motion. So, Mr. Speaker, members would have to pay attention when they are.
So, leader, it may include e-levy.
Mr. Speaker, we have provided for bills, motions to be considered. Committees have a number of reports that they are considering, which includes the e-levy.
Is it include or it may include?
Mr. Speaker, it's not about may. It includes. The e-levy is a matter before Parliament. The e-levy report is before us. The Committee on Finance has considered it. So we are saying that that report, when we say report may be considered, it includes it. It includes it. So I don't want that impression to be created. If members want us to have a debate, they should say so. Please, let me proceed. May you sit down. Just sit down, let me finish.
You come to you.
Mr. Speaker, he would have to sit down for me to proceed.
Leader, he responding to some, you come to you if you are not Leader,
sure.
Allow him to respond.
You are a senior member of the House. Wait, sit down, let me finish.
Sit down, you'll be up to.
Yes, leader, go on. I just wanted to get that clarification that it may or it would. So I just wanted that clarification well. So if it may, then it could be that next week we may take it or we may not take it. But if, I don't know, I just wanted that clarification from you.
Mr. Speaker, grammar is always a problem. Mr. Speaker, that provision includes the e-levy and it may include it as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the floor, I'm responding. I'm responding to them. Mr. Speaker,
Leader, I haven't invited you, please. I will let me respond.
Mr. Speaker, do your hand. That's your hand like this. Do it so that he will get it. Yes.
Leader, I'll come to you. Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker,
let's hear you.
I've already moved the House to adopt the report. All the issues have been raised. We've heard them. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, today I am surprised they themselves are complaining about statutory funds. You need funds in your various constituencies. I'm happy the pressure is coming from your constituencies. Assist government to pass the e-levy. Assist government to pass the e-levy. I'm happy the heat is on you. The heat is on you. Or are you former bread or confucial bread? That is why it's here. It's going to be considered. Even when you are sick, you don't want to go for medical treatment. Go for medical treatment. Go. You can't visit your constituencies. Your backyards, pressure mounting your backyard. Go to your constituency, your ward chairman, your ward executives. Your constituency executives are staging coup against you. Don't go. Stay in Accra. You see. Stay in Accra because of e-levy. You want to frustrate government business.
Honorable leader.
I'm telling them the reality. Some of them have not visited their constituencies for several weeks. They know. If you are due for medical review and you don't go, you are worsening your situation. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker has been attending to his medical needs. Why are they not doing the same? Why are you sitting here? All because of e-levy. All because of... No, I'm on my feet, please. You have your turn. I am on my feet, Mr. Speaker. Napo went. Yes, he went. Napo went for review. He's back. He went for review. He's back. You should also go. You should also go.
You can't be shave your beard. You can't be shave your beard.
You don't even want to shave your beard. Shave. Because of e-levy. Mr. Speaker, as for this e-levy, Mr. Speaker, you see, Mr. Speaker, the heat in town is not only government, they are also under pressure. Support the e-levy. Let's finish it and move on. We take the political risk, no problem. Support us, let's finish it. You are suffering. You know you are suffering individually. Talk your own problems. Talk your talk. You are suffering. Are you not suffering? Mr. Speaker, Aguna is. She says she's suffering. She says she's suffering.
Honorable,
no back benches to control you.
Honorable, it's okay. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is completely out of order. It's completely out of order. There are two main issues I'm going to talk about. The e-levy issue, whether it's part of the business statement. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, he was late at the business committee meeting. So by the time he came, we had agreed.
I was assigned on the business.
Mr. Speaker, how will I... Sit down, I'm talking.
Honorable leader, please. Honorable leader. Oh, please, come.
Sit down. The floor is for me. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that he came late to the meeting, and that's a fact. So by the time he came, we have discussed the e-levy issue that it will not feature next week. So if he's saying that it's part of the business statement, that is not true. It is because he wasn't there when we discussed. So I want to give you that information. So that is it. The second one, he said that we should pass the e-levy so that we can get the common fund. Mr. Speaker, we are not asking for common fund that includes the e-levy. Give us the one without the e-levy. That's what the law says. So how can you say that we should pass the e-levy before you give the collection that you have, the revenue you have collected, which does not include e-levy? The e-levy should come and bail them. That is not the fact. So, Mr. Speaker, the government should just release the common fund. It is by law that it should pay 5% of tax revenue. It's the constitution of total revenue collected. No. The one you have collected in 2021 doesn't include e-levy. Doesn't include e-levy. Then you don't even know what you are doing. The one you collected in 2021 without e-levy, release it to the common fund so that the assembly, this assembly can also get their share. That is what the law says. So don't link the release of the common fund to the e-levy. If the e-levy is eventually passed, which I don't know whether it will pass anyway, if it is passed, the revenue that will be collected, that will include e-levy, will be released in future, not now. So please, it should not throw dust into the eyes of the public that you are not releasing the common fund because the e-levy has not been approved. That is not true. The revenue you collected in 2021 doesn't include e-levy. Release 5% of that to the administrator. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, we've brought the discussion on business statement to a close and is hereby adopted. So we move to what's it? Yes, leader, any indication?
Speaker, if you can go to the other paper addendum and take the item on page 2, listed as item 2 at the commencement of public business.
Well. Honourable members, let's turn to addendum paper page number 2 at the commencement of public business.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay the report of your committee on subsidiary legislation on the Petroleum Local Content and Local Participation Amendment Regulations 2021. Mr. Speaker, before I do so, I want to seek leave of the House to amend paragraph 7.4 of the report to read as follows. The committee recommends that the Minister submits to Parliament the administrative guidelines prepared by the Petroleum Commission to address the concerns raised by the committee in this report. Mr. Speaker, I also want to come under Order 75 Sub Rule 2, which says that if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by him upon his presentation. Mr. Speaker, in this report, as noted earlier, the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation
Speaker, especially I want him to lay the paper first, and then you can talk to it. You haven't laid it, so you can't talk to it the way you want to talk to it.
Well, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I humbly now lay the paper?
Report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Petroleum Local Content and Local Participation Amendment Regulation 2021.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, in laying this paper, I want to come under Order 75, Sub Order 2, which reads, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by him upon his presentation. Mr. Speaker, your committee raised a number of concerns in the paper, in the report that has been laid, basically concerning the purport
Mr. Speaker, just to inform my colleague, the comment that you made on the paper that we are about to present, it has not come to us. So the content will not be known to us. So procedurally, now that you have laid it, I want you to go back and do that amendment. Then we can talk to it the way you have begun now. I'm talking about the amendment that you made to it. You know, you made some amendments, and I'm saying that it can only come after you've laid it. You spoke to it before laying, but that was not known to the House. So if you can start from afresh.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment requested by the committee is in respect of paragraph 7.4, which reads, the committee recommends that the minister submits to Parliament administrative guidelines prepared by the Petroleum Commission to address the concerns raised by the committee. And Mr. Speaker, the concerns raised by the committee were basically three. First one deals with the discretionary power which has been granted the Petroleum Commission by the proposed regulations, by the regulations, to direct that channel partnerships and strategic alliances may be formed for purposes of complying with the local content and local participation requirements. The committee took the view that there is a need for detailed rules and guidelines to ring-fence the discretionary power of the Commission so that it is not abused in accordance with Article 296 of the Constitution. Secondly, the committee was of the view that there is a likelihood of some regulatory liability arising as a result of the Petroleum Commission directing that channel partnerships or strategic alliances be formed for purposes of local content compliance. And then also, we wanted the protection of existing businesses formed, in the nature of joint venture companies. And the minister has given us assurance through a letter that was written to the committee and dated the 15th day of February 2022. In that paper, in that letter, the minister assured the committee that the regulations prepared, the guidelines prepared by the Petroleum Commission will be made available to Parliament for us to scrutinize them to see the extent to which, if any, they have addressed the concerns of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister is here. We've had long deliberations with him and his teams on this matter, and I would wish that he would assure this House that the guidelines will be presented to Parliament through the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for vetting to ensure that the concerns raised by the committee have been adequately addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Yes, Charles.
I'm a member.
Let's hear your comment.
Yes. So, yes. Oh, very good. Yes, I know that as a fact, yes. So, by necessary implications, Right Honourable Speaker, that bit about the annulment of the LI, it's not part of the report. Yes, I wanted that to be on record as of necessity expand. I'm grateful.
Well. Honourable members. Okay, former minister, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, the LI 2204 that was passed, as the Honorable Chairman Sebons and others were aware, we faced stiff opposition in its passage by a lot of foreign entities, foreign companies. Thankfully, we got the support and we finally passed it. The last 10 years, it has proven to be beneficial to Ghanaians in a lot of different ways. Obviously, after 10 years or so, there's the need to look at how it has performed. And so the need to basically do these amendments are important. And I think that it is all geared towards strengthening local capacity building, strengthening Ghanaians, especially to give them access to the upstream petroleum industry so that we can be in the forefront of this industry. But Mr. Speaker, the concerns that have been raised are very, very important, especially the role that the Petroleum Commission is going to have, the discretionary power that the Petroleum Commission is intended to be given.
You are debating the report. No, that's what we're doing. At the moment, if you listen to the chairman of the committee, with the greatest, let me, if you listen to the chairman of the committee, everything now is moot. You understand? All that you want to urge upon this is moot because it has transitioned into law. Yes. But now the assurances are going to come from the minister that the needful will be done. And therefore, I'm craving your indulgence that there's no need to run commentary on what has been concluded. I crave your indulgence. I know these concerns are matters that were raised. But as of now, we have a law staring at our face. We can't do anything about it. And the necessity is for the minister to bring the guidelines so that it will assuage the fears of the committee. So please.
Very well. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, the point I was making, thankfully I have engaged the minister. The minister listened to me. But it is important that because the minister is going to comment on this report, that these issues are brought to his attention so that in his conclusion, in his comment, in his assurance, we all know these are things that we've raised. They can come up. The minister must give us the assurance that there will be the flexibility that he will come back if there are any unforeseen circumstances. It's important.
Honourable member, well noted.
Mr. Speaker, I think that you've been indulgent because at this stage you are assuming your authority to have us relate to some of the issues that the chairman of the committee has raised, because we are masters of our own rules. Other than that, at the presentation of a paper, these comments will not be required. Mr. Speaker, the report ought to have come earlier than yesterday, because the instrument has become operational. And he allowed the chairman to make some observations because of the discussions that have gone on. Now, the minister has agreed, as you yourself are aware, to come by some administrative measures to attend to the issues that have been raised. So at this stage, we cannot open the door for comments and commentaries. I think that was what the honourable member for Obuakwa South was relating to. So the minister would respond, because this is not the time. We are not at the consideration of the instrument or the consideration of the report. It's just the paper that has been laid. And it's moot if we are to be technical, because it's come to operation since midnight yesterday. But there are some critical issues that the minister has agreed to do upon the insistence of the committee, which is what the chairman has related to. So we now have to listen to the minister and then close the door. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Honourable Minister, let's hear you. Let's hear your comment and especially your assurance to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry and its agents, Petroleum Commission, have had long, varied conversations and communications with the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation as far as LI 2204 amendment is concerned. Mr. Minister, I first and foremost am a member of Parliament before anything else, and I must respect Parliament's authority to do certain things. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to give the assurance, which I've already communicated to the committee, that they should allow the LI to pass, which passed yesterday, and that based upon that, we would come to the House with the guidelines that we are drafting so that it is finished. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that this is a matter that will come to the committee of this House, Sustained Legislative Committee, to demonstrate that the issues that he raised are necessarily not even germane to the amendments that we are, but it goes to affect other parts of LI 2204 itself, because we don't seek to do anything against what is already prevailing. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana does not allow us in the law to go back and claim things that we don't even have power to do, and we would never do that. So I can assure this House that I'll do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the adopted report is duly presented and it is for the distribution to honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I wanted to find out from the Minister whether he can give us some timelines on the administrative guidelines that he says are almost ready for presentation. We need that assurance from the Minister.
Very well. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Operation Drift is really affecting us because I think, as the deputy majority leader said, and that has been said on various platforms, our inability to pass the e-levy is paralyzing us. We are too much concentrated. We don't want to go to our constituencies, so we want to use the floor of the House in matters as been made as assurance of time level. Mr. Speaker, when that question is put, I will duly answer it. Thank you.
Well, yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the concern of the committee really should relate to the committee behind the curtain being served with copies of the guidelines, so that you satisfy yourself that the issues that you raised have been addressed. That's not the timelines. Other timelines, it could come tomorrow. That is if you pass the e-levy this night. But I think the important thing for you is to look at it, have a look at it to see if they address the concerns that the committee has raised. But not really the timelines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just listened to the Honorable Minister of Energy, and I got a little worried. I mean, because the request from the Honorable Member was a very noble one, and I think all he had to do was that, I can assure you that within a month, the guidelines will be here. But he just took us to e-levy.
Anyway, yes. Leader, indication. Are we going to the question?
There was a commemorative statement, but I'll plead with my colleague if he could just accede. The minister, to be fair to him, he's been in the House for a very long time, so that we can deal with the sports minister's question, after which, that is not the only question, only statement. There are other statements, there are two statements, that we can take them together. So Minister, we should take the sports minister's question. We should take the question. Yes, questions. Back to questions, Speaker.
Very well. So, honorable members, let's get back to the original order paper, page 3. We get back to question time. And let me again emphasize on this. If the question is constituency specific, is the owner of the question who will have the chance to add supplementary question. If the question is general, fine, we may extend to other members. So, question number 512. Question number 512. That stands the name of a member for Offenso South, Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when the construction of the proposed AstroTurf in the Offenso municipality would commence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to reiterate government policy on sporting infrastructure, the AstroTurf pitches are one alternative way of providing standard football pitches in selected communities in Ghana. There was a promise to construct an AstroTurf for municipality, and on completion, the facility is to be named in honor of the 9 juvenile footballers who met their untimely death on the 20th September 2020 on their return from player registration exercise towards the commencement of the lower juvenile league. Mr. Speaker, the chiefs of the area have consequently dedicated 29.5 acres of land for this project. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Poku, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister has rightly indicated, the construction of the AstroTurf is in remembrance of the 9 juvenile sports players who lost their life. Mr. Speaker, the people of Offenso are so expectant, and I'll be glad if the Minister can kindly indicate, give us some indication as to when the construction would start. The response didn't give any indication, as the question requested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister, an indication when the construction starts.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has started the process of engaging a contractor to go on site to start. But because the process is not completed, I cannot give exact timelines, but I can assure the honourable member that government is committed in making sure that we fulfill the promise for and name the facility in honor of the 9 juvenile footballers who lost their life during that accident. Thank you.
Yes,
Speaker, I'm most grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move to question number 531.
Mr. Speaker, I have a supplementary question to this. Mr. Speaker, the land
that is specific constituency person.
Mr. Speaker, I have an adjoining interest. Mr. Speaker, the land made available, 29.5 acres, is huge. The construction of the AstroTurf itself will not take more than 4 acres. Mr. Speaker, plus if you want to construct a stand altogether, it will not take more than 8 acres, which will leave about 20 acres as fallow land. Can we have a promise from the minister that those other lands may be converted for some other sporting activities or to develop some small sports facilities for the Offenso municipality?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member that, yes, the land given by the chiefs of Offenso is 29.5 acres of land, and the portion that will be left, as and when government gets funds, will convert it to other sporting facilities. Mr. Speaker, these days, sports infrastructure or the AstroTurf pitch, we add a multi-purpose hall for other sporting disciplines like tennis and also badminton and boxing. So as and when we get funds, the other portion of the land will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's turn to question number 513. Question number 513. That stands in the name of Honorable Isaac Ashai Odampton, member for Tema East. Are you a member for Tema East or Wa West? Oh,
Mr. Speaker, he's my twin brother. A lot of people have confused the two of us. So today we are standing for him to see the difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the proposed date of completion of the management arrangement for the Manya Sports Stadium in the Tema East constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project was originally earmarked and usage by the end of December 2019. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the scheduled date was not met. However, Mr. Speaker, plans are in place to successfully complete the project. The facility will, among others, have a children playing ground, a multipurpose side court, floor light, spectator stand with seating capacity of 1,000 and also recreational center. Mr. Speaker, the contractors for the project are Wembley Sports Construction Company Limited. The financiers, the sports complex is a corporate social responsibility gesture by Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, which was initiated by the Tema Traditional Council and facilitated by the then Member of Parliament for Tema East and former Deputy Minister for Transport, Honorable Titus Glover. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the project management arrangement, the Ministry in consultation with the project stakeholders will come out with appropriate project management arrangement upon completion. The total project cost due to the initial project delay, the project cost is currently under review and it will be provided when completed. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it will be very important or appropriate for us to know the nature of the unforeseen circumstances the Minister is alluding to. In his response in paragraph 3, he makes, he refers to the fact that the project is a corporate social responsibility gesture from the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority out of the efforts of the Tema Traditional Council. And so this is a long-standing project, and we need to know what is occasioning the delay or the non-completion on time, because when I was MC of Tema, we cleared the land as far back as 2016. I led the Traditional Council to solicit for this support in that time as MC of Tema. And so everything to do with the land was ready. And we also do know that Ghana Ports and Harbours Authorities were the project financiers. And so we want to know what is occasioning or what is the nature of the unforeseen circumstance. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I've indicated that this project is financed by the Ghana Port and Harbour Authority. The ministry is just an overseeing ministry. So the unforeseen circumstances, I don't work at the Ghana Port and Harbour Authority. But this is the answer they've provided, that there are challenges, unforeseen challenges. So I can further ask the authority for further and better particulars. Thank you.
No, I do have a follow-up, but I want to find out if Mr. Speaker is admitting that he will be coming back with further and better particulars from what he just said.
Well, yes. Are you coming back to give them, the member the information as to whether?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, upon inquiry, I will come back.
Anyway. So,
okay, Mr. Speaker, my second follow-up on that. The project, such a project obviously should have a management, project manager or a project management team. May I find out from the Minister whether there is a project management team for the Manya Sports Stadium? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've indicated in my answer that the project management team, the ministry will consult all key stakeholders in this project and will come out with appropriate project management arrangements when the project is completed. So there will be a project management team in place as and when all the issues are resolved. Thank you. And the key stakeholders have indicated: Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, the Traditional Authority, you, the Member of Parliament, the District Assembly, and the then MP who facilitated for this project, Honorable Titus Grover. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to this constituency specific.
No, my third supplementary on this.
Very well, last one.
The Right Honorable Speaker, this is a project that is has a lot of community interest, and it appears that the minister is now contemplating putting together a project management team for a project that has started as far back as 2019. If it is now recorded, and with your permission I read paragraph 4, the ministry in consultation with the project stakeholders will come, and I think that it doesn't address the question, because this project has been in existence since 2019. I recall somewhere on the 22nd of, let me check that, on the 22nd of July 2019, the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority issued the approval letter, and they did indicate that their engineers would be in charge in consultation with the Traditional Council. This has not happened, and I'm not surprised that there is this constant effort or attempt to rope in others outside the Traditional Council. So my third and final thought on this is that the minister did not state a specific date at which the project will be completed, and he has also not given us what is frustrating the project. I hope when he comes back he will address this. Thank you.
Well, when he comes back.
Sorry. Honourable Speaker, I will want to give a suggestion in this particular instant, because this is something that pertains to all of us, sports. Many a time, because this project is being financed by an organization outside, if the ministry does not really force them to compose the project management team, the project management team is different from the management team that we put in place after the project is completed. This one, the project management team, somebody, a representative, made up of a representative from the minister's office, will be briefing the minister constantly on the development. So that when a question is asked this way, the minister will be equipped with the information available to be able to. But many a time, because they are building for us, because it's a corporate social responsibility project, they do their own thing, they don't involve the ministry. And then I think this should be a lesson to all of us. And from today, all these projects, the minister must insist that somebody from the ministry sits on the project management team so that he will always get a brief on the progress of the project.
You are just giving advice. This is not.
Oh yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm helping my brother.
So very well. Thank you very much. So we move to question number 514. Question 514.
Yeah.
Honorable.
Right.
You may ask your second substantive question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the contractors, financiers, and project management arrangement, including the total project cost for the Manya Sports Stadium.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project was originally earmarked for completion and usage by the end of December. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the scheduled date has not been met. However, the plans are in place to successfully complete the project. The facility will, among others, have children playing ground, multi-purpose side court, floor lights, spectator stand, with seating capacity of 1,000 and recreational centers. The contractors for the project is Wimbledon Sports Company Limited. Financiers are for the stadium. The stadium complex is a corporate social responsibility gesture by the Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, which was initiated by the Tema Traditional Council, facilitated by the then Member of Parliament and former Deputy Minister for Transport, Honorable Titus Grover. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the project management and arrangement, the Ministry in consultation with the project stakeholders will come up with appropriate project management arrangement upon completion. The total cost of the project, due to the initial project delay, the total project cost is under review and it will be provided when completed.
Honorable member, before you ask any supplementary question, let me indulge members that you allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal 2 o'clock time. So, honorable member, you may ask.
Yes, thank you. I do have some supplementary questions for the minister. I would want the honorable minister to reconcile his response in today's order paper against the response he gave on Wednesday, 8th December 2021, during the 25th sitting. And with your indulgence, I make reference to that. On 25th sitting, page 44. In that response, the minister used the Manya Sports Stadium under Ghana National Corporation projects and indicated the cost of the project to be 1,199,065 Ghana cedis. Is the minister able to reconcile these two positions for us?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project cost, as I said, because the project at that time was awarded in 2019, and now, due to unforeseen circumstances, the project got stalled. There is a review that is currently ongoing, and it will change the cost. That's why I don't want to repeat the answer I gave the last time, because there is a review which is currently ongoing because of the delay in execution. But the financiers of the project, as I said currently, is Ghana Port and Harbour Authority. The GMPC, if it is GMPC which was stated in the previous answer, then it was an error. Thank you.
Very well. We turn to question number.
Honorable Speaker, I still have supplementary. This is a very sensitive project in my constituency that I would want to find out from the Honorable Minister. In his 5th paragraph, he indicates the plans to put in place a management regime for after completion. But I would want to submit to him and to get his response that given the fact that it is the Tema Traditional Council that pursued this project, it is only fair to recognize that effort of the Traditional Council led by the late Paramount Chief Nia J. Kraku. And so the cry of the people is that this edifice must be named after the late Paramount Chief who led the initiation of this project. And so I would want to find out from the minister, especially given that this is a corporate social responsibility, the financier cannot do it and still hold it if it is corporate social responsibility. My anticipation or expectation is that when completed, it must go to the people for the people to manage, and it must be named after the Paramount Chief, late Ni Ajay Kraku II.
Have you discussed that with the minister? No. And privately, have you discussed that with the minister? Anyway, minister, let's hear you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because the project the sponsors of the project is Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, I will have to do broader consultation with the sponsors of the project so that together we can all agree who to name the project after, and also to see the management, whether they will cede it to the traditional authorities, because they are the sponsors of the project. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, my third and final.
So, you've exhausted your time.
No, I'm entitled to 3.
You've exhausted it.
No, I've done 2. On this question, I've done 2, Mr. Speaker. I humbly plead. Thank you for the opportunity to ask my third and final. That is very core to the AstroTurf project in Tema. The first AstroTurf in Ghana was built in 2008, which is the Tema Sports Stadium. As we speak now, that AstroTurf is dead. It no longer serves its purpose. I hope that as we build more AstroTurf, the Tema Sports Stadium, situated in Committee 1, which had the first one and it's gone. We cannot leave it or abandon it and be doing new ones when that one has not been done. I want to put on record that sporting facilities in Tema have been taken away. This project's delay is affecting sports in Tema. And so
the question is,
my question is that
there are a lot of commentaries. Just ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to inform my colleague, because I've been listening to him, all the questions he wants to argue his case before he asks a question. Others are clear on this, that the question shall not contain any arguments, expression of opinions, inferences, imitations, epithets, or controversial, ironical, offensive expressions or hypothetical cases. So when you stand up to ask a question, you should go straight to the question. If maybe you want to borrow from the answer given by the minister, you could so do. But to start an argument or a debate before you ask your question, Mr. Speaker, that is not how questions are asked on the floor. And to inform him, the issue level 100. Okay, thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, if you got his question, you can respond to the question.
Okay, I thank the Honorable Speaker and the Majority Leader for the education. My question is, how will the Minister protect the many sporting infrastructure in Tema going forward? Thank you.
We have to start this.
Cochito.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question the honourable member filed is specific to Menhia Sports Complex, not Tema Sports Complex. So if you want to ask question on Tema, he should file a new question, because this is specific to a particular sports infrastructure.
Honourable Minister, you are right.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I was building a preamble.
Honourable, if exhausted, yeah, the question was not in respect of Tema Stadium. So, yes,
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader have been referring to the standing orders that this is not allowed. This is not allowed. That when you want to ask questions, you go straight to the point. But he's always coaching, giving answers to the minister. I want to know in the standing order which part that gave him that authority to be coaching.
Leader.
Speaker, I'm not too sure that my colleague can lead any hard evidence to suggest that there's been any coaching going on in this house.
Yes, let's turn to question number 716. Honorable, I'm coming to you. 716, that stands in your name. Honorable Kwabena Mensah Wayumi. South Tongue. Honorable, you may ask the minister your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, actually, I rose to assist the process. Oh, leader.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports how much the National Youth Authority has received from the 5% allocation from the District Assembly Common Fund from 2017 to 2020 and how it has been utilized to advance youth development.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the authority received an amount of 262,593,572 Ghana cedis from the District Assembly Common Fund from the period of 2017 to 2020. The details are as follows, and it is tabled, and I will respectfully ask the Hazard Department to capture it as read. Out of the total funds received, an amount of 184,128,947.82 pesos, representing 70% of the total amount received, spent on youth-related infrastructure covering the following: youth resource centers, youth leadership skills and training institute, regional and district directorates, national office complex, additional amount of 73,274,454, representing 28%, was spent on programs and operations. And this includes feeding grant to youth leadership and skill training institutes, administrative support to regional and district youth directorates, skills development capacity building for youth, including the following: digital marketing and entrepreneurship training for youth, apprenticeship and soft skills development, employment and entrepreneurship, 5,017,098 Ghana cedi, 12 pesos, representing 2%, was spent on goods and services and general administration over the period under review. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Waimi.
Speaker, thank you, Honorable Minister. Will the Minister tell us how priorities on the spending of funds from the DACF determined? How do you set the priorities? And why? How priorities are set in the spending of the funds that are allocated to the entity? How do you plan? Can you tell us, can you help us to appreciate that?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The National Youth Authority have their program of activities for every year, and they would normally do an assessment of youth, the needs of the youth across the country. And some of them, there are skill gap analysis that is done by the authority, then identify the skills needs of the youth of the country, so that they can then programs that will be captured in their program of activities for the year. So that is how programs are done by the National Youth Authority. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, let me go to the last paragraph. I didn't want to. The last paragraph, you've indicated you spend 2% of the allocated resource as goods and service. But then, when we are approving the annual budget for ministries, departments, and agencies, NYE is giving goods and service allocation, and at the same time, the compensation and all those essentials. So why that 2% expenditure on goods and service? I mean, can we appreciate that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Youth Authority will not spend without coming to Parliament, because the allocation of the DACF, the formula will come and they will add their programs and activities attached to the formula. And when they come, there are goods and services that you approve before they spend. Thank you.
No, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I peruse all these programs and activities that anytime we are approving the DSCF, I can tell you that these are geared towards programs, okay, that are related to youth specific, not for goods and services. However, let's proceed. There is this other statement you have put here, which indicates that some percentage, 70% on some sectors, or as per the youth resource centers, and we will be interested in some further breakdown as to how those 70% is allocated to each of these. In fact, the Speaker put it on record that I would demand some further breakdown of this 70%. So on this note, I have ended my personal on that.
Very well. So we come back to you. We come back to you on question number 717. Question number 717.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the steps that have been taken to establish district and regional youth committees as provided for in the National Youth Authority Act 2016.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the obligation of the National Youth Authority under Section 21(1) and Section 23(1) of the National Youth Authority Act 2016 at 939 to establish regional district youth committees to oversee and assist the implementation of policies of the regional and district level respectively. The authority has engaged youth groups and community leaders, including traditional authority, at both regional and district level to sensitize them on the functions of the committee for effective implementation of youth development interventions. Mr. Speaker, the authority consulted with some regional ministers, district chief executives on the role of the committees in the youth development programs in the relevant jurisdictions. The above consultations and engagement have culminated in the establishment of district and regional youth committees in the following municipalities and districts in Ashanti region: Joabin Municipal Area, Otafo Municipal Area, Akrofro Municipal Area, Bosume Frehu District, Central District. These communities will be officially inaugurated and operationalized by the governing board of the authority before the end of 2021. The governing board of the authority takes duties under the Section 2(1) and Section 23(1) at 939 seriously and will work assiduously to ensure a significant number of district and regional youth committees are established and inaugurated across the country in the coming year 2022. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, what is baffling one's imagination on this occasion is this law was passed in 2016 and it kicked into action in 2017, and you needed to put all these structures in place. So for 6 years, for 6 years, Mr. Speaker, the question is this: for 6 years, he has not been able to, with all this allocation of resources to it, why haven't you been able to get all this as indicated by law established?
Hey.
Coach, go on.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I must admit that there have been challenges in implementing the act to the fullest, and but the good news is that the authority have started the initiated process of ensuring that both at the regional level and the district level, the committees are put in place. So this is refreshing that the authority is taking steps. But I must admit, there have been delays. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Your last.
No, this is the second one. On the last. Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, clearly, even those that have been named here are those that are being actually inaugurated by the end of this year from Ashanti region. Can the minister tell us why the choice when we have about 16 regions now? Why the choice? Maybe, no, please, we want to know, Mr. Speaker, he should explain to us what went into the planning and the choice of the region where to start this particular inauguration and program.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the authority wanted to do a pilot program, and as a pilot program, we were very mindful of cost. If you are going to scatter the pilot across the country, the cost implication was going to be too high for the authority. That's why one region was selected, and some districts within the region was selected for the pilot program. But the rollout is entirely, you should get assurance from me that the regional and the district committees are going to be established in all the 261 districts in Ghana. Thank you.
Honorable Wayumi, you turn to question number 718, and that one stands in your name as well. So, ask your substantive question, 718.
Mr. Speaker, I thought
Honorable Wayumi,
okay.
I'm saying
Very well.
turn to question number 718.
Then let me ask before you come.
Okay.
Let me ask before you come to us.
Honorable Podo, I've not called you. Honorable Wayumi, I've asked you to ask your question. 718. Honorable Wayumi, 718, substantive question.
Mr. Speaker. Hey, Mr. Speaker, I thought you've always been my good friend and brother, and that you will allow me to exhaust. Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports what steps have been taken to establish the Ghana Youth Federation and how youth representatives are appointed to the board of the National Youth Authority in the absence of the Ghana Youth Federation.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Youth Federation shall be an association of registered youth organizations in order to facilitate the formation of the Ghana Youth Federation by the youth themselves. The Youth Authority has taken steps to re-register youth groups and organizations across the country. Currently, about 1,150 youth groups and organizations have applied for registration at the district, regional and national offices of the National Youth Authority. Out of the stated applicants, 320 has been cleared by the Compliance Audit Unit of the National Youth Authority, pending certification at the district, regional and national level. The outstanding number shall be vetted and cleared by the end of December 2021. An entry committee shall be put in place which the task of coming out with a legal framework leading to the establishment of the Ghana Youth Authority by the end of 2022. The authority, before passage of the National Youth Authority Act 2016 Act 939, had Federation Youth Associations in Ghana. In the absence of the Ghana Youth Authority, the Federation Youth Association in Ghana was consulted for the 3 nominees to serve on the governing board in 2017. The formation of the current governing board, the National Youth Authority, the National Youth Federation had been established, so the authority maintained the 3 nominees for the reasons of institutional memory and their respective services of the youth over the years. This has proved useful since all the 50 members governing board member was replaced by their respective institution by the 3 of the reps of the Ghana Youth Federation. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Wayomi, any substantive question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the law establishing the National Youth Authority is so explicit in terms of how and what the entity ought to do. And on coming to effect of the law, it's expected all other arrangements and groups before that should not come into play at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, where in the second leg of your answer, you said the authority before the passage of the National Youth Authority Act 2016 had a federation, the Federation Youth of Ghana, because that was what you said existed. Immediately the law came into being, that ought to stop. Is it not that you should rush in getting your youth groups in place in order to get your federation and then nominate from there to the board? Is that not the way it should be?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, exactly so. Now that the Act is in place, that is why in my answer, I've indicated that the registration, in order to be able to carry out the exercise, we need to register all the youth groups and associations within the district, regional level, and national level. And currently, that exercise is ongoing. 1,150 youth groups have put in the application, and we've cleared 320. So the vetting process is still ongoing. Once that is concluded, then the federation will then formally be formed. That is why those who were selected to be on the board are the same people who are still on the board, because we don't have the federation again once we have the law now. So they are represented on the board. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, clearly the delay in getting all these in place with all the resources that was given, you understand, is what is creating this problem. But you must know, Mr. Speaker, won't you consider that act of using somebody from the Federation of Youth Association of Ghana illegal in this case, as being representative of the youth in Ghana on the board of the National Youth Authority? Won't you consider that as an illegality? Why? Is it the law? It's not. What is the position of the law? You've indicated, Mr. Speaker. The question is this: won't the minister consider the nomination or invitation to serve on the board from the Federation of the Youth of Ghana that existed before the law be an illegality in this case?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is not illegal, because in the spirit of the law, they wanted the board was to in the composition of the board, the youth of this country have to have position on the board. And once before the law came into being, they had reps on the board. We decided to still keep them on the board until we get the federation, the youth federation formed. Once that is done, then they will then can change and bring new members. So it's not illegal at all.
Mr. Speaker, my last supplementary question. I want to find out from the minister whether he has the full complement of youth coordinators in all the districts as expected. The youth coordinators in all the districts that are supposed to help you to get all this done within the shortest time. Do you have the full complement of the youth coordinators in all the districts? I should find out. No, it's all linked. Yes, that is part of it. Mr. Speaker, the last question on this matter to the minister is that whether he has the full complement, because those that must assist in getting him the associations at the district levels and the regional levels. If they are not there, how then do you expect to form a federation and get somebody from there to serve on the board? And so the issue is this: does he have all the full complement of these officers in place, and how many?
Yes, Minister, just answer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have full complement of the coordinators across all the 261 districts. Let me tell you, the authority took advantage of the NAPCO program and appointed each district a youth coordinator. Thank you so much.
I'll come to you. So you have a substantive question. I'll come to you. So let's turn to question number 842. 842. That sounds the name of a member for New Biase. Honorable Adams Abdul Salam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe whereas the 842 doesn't have an answer, there is an advertised answer for 511. 511. Yes. So I believe we can take that one.
Well, I don't know whether he indicated to the minister that he wants his answer to be written. His answer is there. Very well. So let's hold on and get to Honorable Gedisu. Is that no?
Okay.
Honorable Wisdom Gedisu, let's turn to the addendum paper.
Yes.
Question number 511.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports whether the ministry has any plans to build a sports stadium at Dambai, the Uti regional capital. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government's policy is to provide for the development, promotion and management of sports and to ensure the establishment and management of public sporting facilities in the country. The aim is to ensure access and inclusiveness to the usage of these facilities to unearth and develop talent in our communities. With regards to the ministry hasn't any plan for construction of sports stadium at Dambai, the answer is yes. To the effect, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, on the 22nd of November 2020, cast forth for on the 20 acres of land which has been earmarked for construction of OT regional sports stadium at Dambai. The project financiers, Jospon groups of company, and the project contractors, Bulldogs Construction Limited, have been consulting to have the project executed as planned. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable, any supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the MPs in Oti region, and also as the chairman for the caucus, I want to thank the minister for this initiative to have a stadium, a Oti regional sports stadium in Dambai. I think all the MPs in the region will benefit. We want to thank you very much. And also want to know from him, when will the actual construction works actually commence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contractors and the financiers are having some challenges. So the financiers, once those challenges are resolved, the contractor will go on site. But I can assure you that the project is a priority project at the ministry. Thank you.
Yes.
So, thank you. Taking cue from what the minister has said, we are hopeful that construction work will commence this year, hopefully, if he can assure the people of Crashes and for that matter, Oti region.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the issues are resolved, the financial issues are resolved, yes, the project will commence this year.
Yes, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you for attending upon the Ham and answer 7 separate questions. The House is grateful to you. You are hereby discharged. Yeah, Leader, may I respectfully come to you for indications?
Speaker, I'm told that there is a statement, a commemorative statement with respect to a minister, a former minister of state. So if you could listen to that.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to read a tribute in memory of Honorable Yufa Aku Ativo, former Minister for Transport from 2009 to 2015. News of passing of the late Honorable Mrs. Yufa Aku Ativo was received by us, especially the caucus of the National Democratic Congress in this August House, with a great sense of loss. Her political journey began when, out of her love and affinity for her people and Abutiateti, to be precise, she in 2006 contested the primaries with the National Democratic Congress to be its parliamentary candidate for the whole West constituency for the then pending 2008 elections. In her own words, she contested with 3 strong men and was second. Though unsuccessful at this attempt, this did not deter nor diminish her love for her party and the desire to see her native constituency and region flourish. She wholeheartedly supported the winning candidate. Her demonstrable commitment to democracy and national development did not just attract the attention of the good people of Abutiateti, but also earn her the trust of the government and the good people of Ghana. She was later become a key member of the campaign team of ex-President John Dramani Mahama, who was then the running mate for the presidential elections. After the 2008 general elections, the late Professor John Evans Atta Mills appointed her as Deputy Minister for Transport, where she worked closely with Honorable Mike Ellen Hammer and later with Honorable Collins Dauda between 2009 and 2012. When she held this position, she became the mother to all, from the ministry through all the 17 agencies under her at the time. She contributed immensely to the realization of the vision of the Mills-Mahama government. With her experiences of a national election in 2008, she had become adapted to campaigning, which meant that going into 2012 elections, Yufa was way above par in comparison with most of her peers. She left no doubt in the minds of the party that she was a complete and consummate workaholic, especially in matters that she was passionate about. She effortlessly traveled across the then 10 regions, preaching the message of the NDC and supporting all party candidates she came into contact with. She was particularly very prominent in the activities of the Volta Diaspora Caucus and played no less a role in helping the NDC to retain power in 2012 as a member of the campaign team of ex-President John Dramani Mahama. So, Speaker, in 2013, then President John Dramani Mahama saw it fit to elevate Gifa by appointing her as the substantive Minister for Transport. She was a good team player and worked closely with all the key players in the aviation, maritime, railway, and roads transport sectors, and really enjoyed these collaborations. Her human relations were particularly unmatched. In her own words, this was what she said: "I believe people come first, so I provide the type of leadership that brings everyone on board to achieve our common goal," unquote. She will be credited with the Terminal 3 expansion at Kotoka International Airport, the construction of air drone at Hope, Tama and Takrady Port expansion, the BRV and Ayalolo Bus project. Her effort brought revamping of the State Transport Company to become profitable making entity. The purchases and launching of pontoon during the rehabilitation of Nadomi Bridge. Gifa had opportunity to represent the government in the country at several international fora, such as meetings of the Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa, Regional Maritime University in the sub-region, International Maritime Organization, International Civil Aviation Organization, air shows, and several others in various countries around the world. She also signed the Banjul Accord on aviation safety oversight on behalf of Ghana, and was part of the official delegation that accompanied then President John Evans Atta Mills to the White House on a state visit to USA, and ex-President John Dramani Mahama, then Vice President of Ghana, on state visit to Czech Republic. Madame Gifa Atibo also embodied many admirable qualities. She was forthright and unapologetic about her love for the state. One of the qualities that singled her out was the fact that she never hesitated to give her support to young people from all walks of life. She was a consummate politician who applied practical wisdom in handling all grassroots issues of constituency and party issues. She was tactical, diplomatic, and modest. She would jump on the back of a motor with such flair and panache, draped in party paraphernalia, and eat and dance her favorite bobobo with such grace and elegance. Indeed, she endeared herself to all, and even her political opponent admired and respected her for her delightful, unassuming, and persevering nature. It is imperative to state here that the idea for the establishment of a premier and state-of-the-art television station in the Volta region was conceived by Gifa. Many expected her to go about the traditional way, that is, hire the creme de la creme of the industry as presenters or workers to run this new media establishment. Unknown to them, she had her own plan. It came as a shock to all when, against all so-called technical counsel and advice, Mama Jifa, set out to recruit young, vibrant, inexperienced but intelligent young men and women from the region as TV crew. Aside the technical crew, every single one of the on-air personnel knew next to nothing about TV journalism. But this woman handpicked them, nonetheless, enrolled them, all the expensive training and crash courses to be able to master the craft. Not only did she give the career development opportunity to their lives, but she actually did all in her means to polish and mold them to their various job specifications. And today, due to her vision and dream, the novices of yesterday are excellent and astute TV presenters in their own right today. All members of the Global FM and the Voter One TV family dare say that aside from her biological children and immediate family, they made a lot more memories with Mama Jifa in this short 5-year journey than any other person. You should see how she related to her employees. You should see how she gathered all of them to her home at the least opportunity and treat them to assorted variety of sumptuous dishes. Honorable Jifa was a very simple person with remarkable conciliatory demeanor who exuded humility by conduct in action and outlook. Her love for humanity and willingness to be of help to all was outstanding. May her soul and the soul of all faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. May invite few comments. Yes, Honorable Ayumi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the tributes read by the Deputy Minority Leader, eulogizing the life of Honorable Jifa Aku Ativo, the former Deputy Minister of Transport under Professor Mills, and eventually the Minister of Transport under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, some of us have had very close relationship with her and can attest to many of the write-ups, many of the tributes and comments from various colleagues and compatriots. And I associate myself with this statement attributed to her that, and I quote, "I believe people come first. So I provide the type of leadership that brings everyone on board to achieve a common goal." Here is one lady. In most cases and times, we call and we want to find out how one is doing or was doing. And we always want to associate herself with families, thereby wanting to be part of solutions in homes. Her presence in most times brings some joy to the faces of many who in one way or the other may be confronted with issues. and in her own unique smile, prefers solutions to many of such, and would easily and readily pick up phones and call who would be able to assist in solving problems. Such was a woman. Very down to earth, approachable, and that unique experience I've had, being a younger brother, more or less, and I call her a bigger sister, will forever remain on my mind and will create a big vacuum around me. That is to say, so all her achievements and her readiness to see the youth blossom in their chosen endeavors, and will be interested in admonition and wanting to know, hey, what are you doing to add value to yourself? Because at her age, she never stopped learning. And that she would always say, learning ends when death do you apart. And so with those motivating words, she wouldn't see any lazying around and throwing hands in the air in despair to say, what is next? Because she would always help you to identify a uniqueness and potential in you to be able to launch on and move forward. We have lost a gem. And I must say, may her soul rest in peace. I've lost words to describe how unique the woman was. And we'll tomorrow be moving to Abuja 30 to support the family and to give her a befitting departure. Fare thee well. May her soul rest in peace. Amen.
Yes. Honorable Reverend Erin Ntoso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me to contribute to the statement made by Deputy Minority Leader to eulogize the late Honorable Jifar Ativo. Mr. Speaker, it's very sad to today rise up to contribute to this statement about our friend, our mother, a sister who the Lord has called. Mr. Speaker, before she came into politics, Honorable Ativo worked with the Bank of Ghana. She was a researcher and an assistant to 3 successive governors. She worked so hard and later got interested to join politics, of which she became a deputy minister and later became a minister. Honorable Jifar Ativo, as her name denotes, the name Jifar means one at peace. She was a very peaceful woman, and she was good at fundraising. She a number of times raised funds to help in organizing programs, including campaigns. I remember one occasion where she invited us to her hometown to raise funds for her church. And the people in her community were so happy. The leaders of the church were so happy. So I'm not surprised that the church has decided to actually honor her by asking that she be buried by the church. She worked so hard. And because she was a woman of peace, when there was this controversial bus burning in 2015, which of course was as a result of the contract that she awarded for bus branding of 116 Metro Mass transit buses. The amount was just 3.6 million. But when there was this controversy, she humbly, because she didn't want this to continue in the country, she humbly resigned. And I hope by what she did, politicians will emulate her good example. When this mega sum became a controversy in this country, she's done her work. She's left a good legacy. She will forever be remembered for her good works that she's done. I pray that the good Lord, since she's a woman of peace, I pray that the good Lord will receive her in her bosom and for her to rest in perfect peace. We also pray that the children that she's left behind, the good Lord will take care of them. We also pray that people who are traveling to mourn with the bereaved family in her constituency, the good Lord will guide and protect them so that they will attend this funeral and get back to their various places peacefully. So that at the end of the funeral celebrations, the woman who is a woman of peace, everybody will know and hear about that after the funeral. There has been peace in the family and peace with people who have gone and returned to their various places. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yeah, before I come to leader, let me give the opportunity to whole central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a very brief contribution to the statement read in memory of Honorable Jifako Ativo, whose remains we are all gathering around tomorrow for interment. Mr. Speaker, I got to work closely with her when she was the Minister for Transport. At that time, I was a member of the Ghana Airport Company Limited Board. So she was the supervising minister. We worked pretty closely together, and I admired her passion about managing the ground for effective air travel. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I heard a lady was appointed as a new MD for the Ghana Airport Company Limited. And there were some commentaries that was the first lady. But I just want to put on record that she may be the third woman to become managing director of the Ghana Airport Company Limited. Because at the time that our board appointed Madame Doreen Fianco as the managing director, Doreen was then the second lady to serve as managing director of the Ghana Airport Company Limited. Well, I wouldn't say that because she was a woman, the relationships were very cordial. But we worked very, very well. And sought to move the performance of the Kenya Airport Company Limited to higher levels. But Mr. Speaker, politically, she was a household name in our circles. My constituency borders has the whole West constituency. So we used to interact very frequently, and many people know her, even down to my very village where I come from. Mr. Speaker, I want to say something about her, and that can be representative of the church in which she was, which will be conducting the funeral service tomorrow. That is the Evangelical Presbyterian Church, Ghana. Both of us were, and I'm still am a presbyter of the church, and we worked closely together as elders of our church. During the period 2006, 2007, 2008 to 2011, many of the congregations of the EP Church were 100 years. So at different communities, they were celebrating the centenary anniversary of the congregations. So when she was invited to a particular anniversary, either I would partner her or I would be her deputy, and vice versa. We did this at places, Jolo Bogame, we were in Ho, we were in Adaklu, several other places. So we had a nickname, is a professional Senti chairperson. So we were generally in charge of almost all the celebrations in our areas. So I can say that the church owes her great gratitude for her generosity, for her willingness to come to the fore when church activities were being held. And I would say that I say so on behalf of the EP Church hierarchy in Ho. Mr. Speaker, I can see that you are asking me to round up. Yes, so thanking you for the opportunity, I would say that she requires very deep rest in peace. And to harp on my former regional minister's statement, we wish the family of the departed progress and peace in their lives. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leader, Honorable would like to say a word.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words to eulogize the life of Honorable Ifa Aku Atiwo. Mr. Speaker, I didn't have a personal opportunity working maybe in any capacity with this woman, but in the podcast space, I followed her keenly on radio and TV responses she gave to issues when it came to the transport sector. And for that reason, gave me opportunity to dig behind her and find out why she was able to respond to issues the way she did. And I was pleasantly surprised to find out that she is one of the women we could have highlighted her life and made sure that other women would follow how she lived her life. Mr. Speaker, this was a woman who, when I found out studying about her background, I discovered she had been a research clerk in the central bank and had been a personal assistant to three successive deputy governors, smacking of a sense of high-performing woman, and also becoming the personal assistant to the head of Treasury in charge of General Office Administration in the central bank. You would dig behind her life and discover that born in 1956, she obtained her first degree at the age of 51 and moved on to obtain a master's degree in human resource management at the age of 56, within which same period she was a deputy minister and a minister, to give signal to all of us, male or female, pursuing career, that continuing learning is a thing we must always not leave behind us as we pursue our professional careers. Mr. Speaker, this woman also left us a certain principle. In the heat of the controversial bus branding, we saw her quietly resigning not to leave room for her being fired by the appointer. So it tells us in the space that when we are pursuing our professional careers and something appears to taint our image, we should honorably give way to prevent that tainting of character. She has left that signal to us in her life, and I think her life deserves to be eulogized in this sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you very much. And then finally, our leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also associate myself with the eulogy in respect of the Honorable Jifa Ativo, the former minister responsible for transport between 2013 and 2015. Speaker, I first heard of the name of Jifa Ativo in 2006, and we're told of the emergence of a certain lady who had contested in the whole West constituency, one of 4 contestants at the time, and that people were indeed rallying for her, and she almost emerged victorious amongst 3 other contestants, all of them males. The Speaker, the primaries got a bit acrimonious, and yet notwithstanding, when she lost and one of the 3 male contestants won, she immediately went to the side of the winner and indeed supported his campaign in the whole West constituency. The Speaker, in the lead up to the 2008 presidential elections, she joined ranks with the running mate at the time, the Honorable John Dramani Mahama, one of our own who had been plucked by Professor Mills to be his running mate. And she was all over the country with John Dramani Mahama, the running mate to Professor Mills. The Speaker, No wonder when Professor Mills got coronated as the president, he nominated her as a deputy minister at the Ministry of Transport. Speaker, 2013, she was elevated to the substantive minister's position by the then President John Dramani Mahama. And she endeavored to revamp some of the units under the ministry, including the state transport and also the Metro Mass, which were experiencing some plummeting in the fortunes of those enterprises. In the process, the Speaker, an unfortunate saga entangled the bus branding at the Metro Mass unit. The Speaker, as the minority leader at the time, I raised that particular matter when we were interrogating the budget of the ministry. The rest is history. Mr. Speaker, after that, soon after that, a woman who I was not closely associated with signaled to meet me to explain her side of the story. And indeed, we met, and she explained what really had happened. Just after she had resigned as the minister. Thereafter, we didn't have the opportunity to meet until the funeral of a former minister for the Volta region, himself also a former member of parliament, the Honorable Ford Camel. Speaker, when we met at the funeral, she came, sat by me, and we got really intimate by the conversation that she introduced. I think the second time that we met after that was at the death of the funeral of Dr. Kobineji. And indeed, we continued our conversations. And we got really quite close. And thereafter, she could call me on phone and I also respond. I could also call her and she would respond. That was how close we got to. Speaker, the lady who will mourn today asked for a wish to be fulfilled for her. Unfortunately, when she made a request, I was not in a position to assist at the time. And I told her that I'll respond appropriately in the fullness of time. Unfortunately, I couldn't do that. Indeed, some 6 months or so back, I called back and she said she was still anticipating the fulfillment of that wish. As I said, I couldn't. And it's been to my regret that I couldn't do that. Yesterday, I endeavored to be at the funeral. Again, unfortunately, just approaching the funeral grounds, I felt some pangs in the tummy, and I was experiencing some tummy upset. So I couldn't be there. I came up to my office thinking that I will have some respite and then go back. I had to go back to the house because I was not feeling very stable in my tummy. So I couldn't even pay my last respect to Jafar Atiba, which is why I did pledge to myself that I'll be here when I heard that it's a commemorative statement was going to be made in her name to stay and contribute. Speaker, by and large, I think she was a woman of strong character and perseverance. And in her latter years, when I really got close to her, I could see that she meant well, even though it didn't end in that particular instance that I've related to the way that she had wanted things to go. Speaker, we are all human and all of us are fallible. None of us could say to himself or herself that he has angelic qualities, which is why on occasion of her transition, our prayer to God, her creator, is to look upon her with mercy and grant her eternal rest. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, I am not also coming up with any tribute, but I just want to also announce to the House that the first Member of Parliament for Fomena, Honorable Odame Kusi, has also passed on and is being buried tomorrow. Honorable Odame Kusi was a Member of Parliament for Fomena between 1993 and 1997. Is being buried tomorrow. So I'm also just bringing this officially to the attention of the House. On that note, may I respectfully ask that we rise and give a minute silence to two honorable members. May the soul of Honorable Jifa Aku Ativo and Honorable Odame Kusi and all the departed faithful rest in perfect peace. Amen. Yes, leader, may I come to you?
Speaker, I believe we can take the adjournment to well end adjournment at this time.
Yes. Very well. Honourable members, the time is 3:25. So we move on to adjourn the House to Tuesday, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank all of you, and the House stands adjourned.